Okay, testing. This should all be. May take the same settings as before, so this better be fine. Oh. Okay, that should be fine now. Yippee! Oh. Okay, I seems like it works well enough. Alright, cool. Hello. Another day. This is now day 6. We are approaching the first week of the game development project. Very, very nice. I mean, technically a bit longer than a week because it's only been 7 days since the first post. But the thing is that I'm counting days in terms of like actual stream days and not like break days, right? Like your Judge Otis Solo was not a day. Although I will say, actually, when I did the speed dice stream, I wasn't even doing game dev the entire. The first hour was me just trying to complete the Jet Otis Solo, so that was the thing. But yeah. Anyways, not much to really say. Not much. Pre-stream. Yeah. Essentially just. Words. Yeah. So where we left off last time was. Oh. Yep, as I figured. Okay, me when YouTube loop function just doesn't work. It was working like 5 times in a row and then it just broke. I'm telling you, this website gets worse and worse every single day. Oh my goodness. Though I will say, what we were doing last was obviously we can now. So first of all, this unit. This was something that we did a while ago. Of course, you have to display unit. But what we did was we made the scene functionality, so we can now start scenes, and then show the amount of speed dice. I will probably make it so scene automatically runs this speed function, so I can then show how we can now start changing these command prompts within the function code and other similar structures. What else is there? So in addition to that, we also have. We can, of course, remove, and we can rem dice, and when you don't have a specified value, it will just remove the next dice, so this is going to be useful for when we get into action queuing. So as you can see, it's been removed. It's now this color here. I can probably do something else here, like a strike-through effect or something, but actually, I haven't used the strike-through effect yet. I always forget it exists, because I'm used to Excel and stuff where you kind of your primary 3 are just bold, italic, underlined, and like strike through is shoved in the UI, like the UI depths off in the corner, and you have to hunt it down specifically. Like I know LibreOffice is really annoying with doing strike through. It's very inconsistent. I've had so many issues with it. But that's just kind of how it goes. And of course we also have save dice too. And save dice can of course will be still able to be used. So if you rem dice if you rem dice A1D0, it's already been used, so say dice doesn't exist. But if you rem dice E1D, well actually I think I did the script wrong. Maybe should. Okay, yeah. So doesn't work. It is case sensitive now, unlike TRC. But if you rem dice E1D0, it does allow you to do that. Nope. Just speed. Okay. So then I can see that both of them have been used. It still sorts them accordingly. So the sorting parameter is of course ready dice, save dice, and then used up dice. Well, I guess I can call them live dice or whatever you want to call them. Live is a 4-letter word, so in terms of letter count consistency, which I always love. So with that, there's a 5. I know there's a 5-letter method of that, but alongside that, we also have the damage unit effect. So we can now damage units. I can damage A1 with 10 damage. It will deal that to both. And if I damage unit, I can also specify specifically what values of health and stag I'm damaging. So that's really nice. And of course, it's just regular edit unit, A1. You can always edit stuff like the attributes, -- current health, It's not looping still. It looped once, and it stops looping. It's so weird. Why does it do this to me? Yeah, it only loops once. This is so... Oh, I'm annoyed. I just want the music to loop. Is that so much to ask? Okay, it should be looping now. If it stops looping again, I'm gonna have issues. Current light, back to this, edit unit A1 current light, I can set it to 3i. That is specifically the integer value. So if I only do 2, if I only do, let me do attributes slash current light. If I set that to, oh, can I actually control Z? I don't know if I can. If I do 3, oh, edit unit A1 attribute slash current light to 3. What? Oh, I wrote edit unit. Hold on. Oh. So if I do that, there, and then edit again, and I edit it back to 3i, you'll see the old value was the string value 3. So that was an issue that we had with, because I don't have good type handling at the moment, just because I didn't expect I needed this soon. We just made it like 3i, specifies that's an integer value, and I can also do like 3 float, which then, if I do search unit, also unit search. I always mix this up. Unit search A1 attributes, attributes slash current light. It will actually be a float now, so that's pretty nice. We can also do something weird, like we can now make an array. We can make our current light value an array, and oh, whoopsies. If I search unit, if I unit search A1, actually, you can guys see here, current light is a array now, which of course does mean if I do disk speed, it will automatically crash because it can't deal with an array. Which is something we're going to deal with later with type handling. That's going to be a Friday job. Friday job, we're going to fix all of the type handling issues that we've been having. Just because it's been a really annoying thing. But yeah, so, and of course, like, yeah, just be A1. When you deal damage, you can show it. This automatically throws everything to an int, so it's been fine thus far. But, actually, this one actually has a specific, turn attribute to string, to int. So I think if you don't, if I do edit unit, this is something this is something I showed last stream, but if I do edit unit A1 attributes slash current health and I set it to an array, right? I make an array there. So then if I go to this, if I go to unit search A1 attributes, you'll see current health is now an array, and I do disk unit A1. It will still work, it will just say the health value is not applicable, which is kind of funny. I could start putting in default values. That's going to be the more complex handling stuff, which is going to be important, by the way. This is going to be very important when it comes to, of course, function elements. So that's when we start getting into this type of stuff, where deal stagger here, if this is like a function call, that is not going to be an integer value. It's going to have an issue with that. If I put that into the parameters, it's going to crash the deal stagger function. So that's when you start having special handles there to figure out if you have other callables, which is going to be a pretty fun thing. Yeah. So that's going to be a whole issue there. It's not looping. It's never going to loop. I'm just gonna let this like play through. I'm just gonna let the music play through all of these options, because I'm never trusting YouTube loop functionality. It worked. It usually works, but for some reason YouTube video looping just sometimes it just gets a bit excited and wants you to listen to something else. But it really cannot make up its mind. But anyways. So what we're going to be doing today is, of course, making all of the attack functionality work. So everything I just showed right now, that was more manual work, right? Like if I want to do dashing, I have to roll each specific dice. And then, oh, that's not max value, by the way, base 1. So that was actually a 3 plus 1. Then I have to do it, okay, 2 and 4, that means that the 4 wins, and then I have to do something else with that. I have to do that all manually, which is kind of how PLC works. I'm not going to bring up PLC again, because, obviously, no one wants to look at scratch code, except for me for some reason. Even I don't. So what we're going to do instead is, we're gonna actually make a specific clash function. And this is going to be, so as I was talking about at the end of last stream, I was having an issue with how do I I need to fix that. Okay. Every time I middle mouse, it pastes something, and oh gosh, it's pasting a lot of stuff that I don't want to paste. So, last stream we were talking about how I do need to rework the data tree, right? This is a whole heap of issues I'm gonna fix. And the issue of segregating commands between console and functions. This has always been kind of an issue for me because I'm like, what do I put where here, right? I don't know what to do, right? So, what I've decided is, if I put things in console, I'm just gonna do that for a lot of things because I don't really know what's correct right now. But what I do know is that everything I'm making right now is gonna have to get scrapped and kind of reworked over time. Actually, oh yeah, we didn't do next turn. We do have to finish next turn. Did I say we were gonna finish next turn first? I think I did. What was my community post? What was my community post? Let me actually check the community post real quick. Because at the end of every stream, I will always post what we did that day, and I usually say what we're gonna do the next day. So clashing done, type damage, and targeting scheme. Okay, so I was really focused on clashing. So let's actually just do type damage first, and then get to clashing. So type damage is gonna be pretty important. Function, type damage, command. So this is going to be kind of a thing where it's just going to do type damage. And there is something to be said about protection values and resolve values, right? If I pull up let's pull up Starter City, the actual manual here. If we go to status list, right? We have protection and resolve, which are basically -1s and +1s to damage affinities and stagger affinities. That is something that's kind of important that I haven't obviously coded in yet. This is going to be something we're going to start dealing with soon. Yeah. So I'm not going to worry about these. Strength and endurance also exists too when it comes to rolls. This is going to be very important. Because I think there's also a thing about like strength values for this dice is doubled. Let me find it. I know it's a module that exists, which is very, very weird. It's a very weird module. Also, when we get to list of tags, like tag order and stuff, that's gonna be very fun. Oh, is it in here? I can't even see it because the images are never going to be centered on this file. It's so annoying. Like, to some degree it's nice, and then to another degree it's like, gosh, I cannot read anything because it's like such a mess. What are these ones? Let me check what they are. Okay, maybe not like that. Let me just open up Writer. Heroic, when block dice gets checked, this throws you to the skill here through the attack. So intercepted is, I think, actually, how does intercept work? That's gonna be an issue for later, but I know this is gonna be something that's gonna come up pretty quickly. Target uses 2 stagger resist. Interesting. Let's see. Oh yeah, bonus W and double defender are the ones that were on this thing. So double the bonus with strength, double the bonus with endurance. This is gonna be kind of so these are check. Actually, this one's eminence. I don't know why there's like check and eminence here. It's kind of interesting. One skill is comprised of only a single non-offensive dice gains eminence. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. It's just the entire skill that contains only a single non-counter offensive dice. It's a different wording because they really don't want you to stack this onto a bunch of stuff. Does that stack with similar effects? I don't know what these similar effects are, but whatever. And then also like Desperate Struggle Eminence. So these Eminence ones, it's actually a really nice part of this system that I'm modeling off of, which is that every single tag, like all these tag systems, also tag for things that normally you wouldn't tag in like Nimbus and either Ruina-like games, right? Like this direct tag flow system is very nice because it's very built to be processed in a specific order, which is pretty nice. This one's interesting though. Some crit effects may modify hit effects, in which case they are combined. So I probably want to do... It's kind of weird. I don't know which ones this actually applies to, but this is something that we might have to look into. But yeah. That's its own thing. So reducing the uses comes first, and then the eminence tags, then proactive, reactive tags. So actually another thing I do have to check is intercept. So, okay, so here's the thing. Hold. So you may keep your speed dice and you pass your turn. So saving speed dice is called holding, I guess. So maybe I should change the wording. It's actually a held dice. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. When a combatant uses an ally by enemies may target other enemies or objects. Benefit is targeted by an attack. You may intercept. So this is pretty important, right? Okay, it feels like louder than normal. Why is it like loud? Is it just this song that's specifically loud? I don't know, they feel loud, or maybe it's my... Nope, it just feels loud for some reason. Interesting. So the intercept issue is going to be a kind of a thing. This will actually be kind of problematic. So, with intercept, right? Let's see. I'm just going to skip ones that have words in them, just because lyrical stuff is going to interfere with my voice. So I don't want to deal with that. So the thing about intercept is I would theoretically have to go through every single save dice of the same side, right? So like if the E side is attacking, E1 is attacking, then A1, A2, A3, they all have to have, if they have all save dice, then I have to go down the list and do prompts to say, do you want to use that save dice, which is going to be very, very annoying. I don't even know how I'm going to do that. It's going to get very cumbersome, right? Like this will be kind of annoying. I think that's when it starts getting to the point where I would actually, because I've been always like thinking about any Boolean-based system, like any of these prompt systems for. Do I have my That's something else. Let me find it. If I go to here, so let me find it. In here, when I'm talking about this entire flowchart system, right? Like when I talk about like the clash and response thing, there's a whole list of like each of these is typically like a choice function, but a lot of these are also like yes and no prompts. So I think a part of it also is that I do need to make my prompts be open-ended to selectables, which is going to be kind of like a long-term thing that I don't think I'm going to tackle in the next week, I hope, because it's going to be a very daunting task. Other things I should look at, though, there's a couple other things to look for here. Yeah, so... But I do like this system overall, because it is very, very, it flows very nicely. This held thing is just going to be really annoying, though, because there is a lot of open-end choice here that I have to figure out. Okay, so intercept. Oh yeah, also aggro status. I forgot aggro status exists. So, aggro status, how it works according to the system. If you have speed dice value, aggro to the value. the total is equal to or greater than the opposing speed dice. So this may, so you always have to watch out for may, right? Because may usually means a question, right? Like an ask question. But what's actually really happening here is it doesn't, the game doesn't have to ask you if you want to add your aggro value to the speed dice. Because this is only an application to intercept. So when I do the intercept save dice thing, right? Oh, okay, well, first of all, go away. When I do seed and then this speed, and I have a 2, and okay, so let's say I save dice, and then this speed again. So now this is a held dice here for A1, and if A1 has aggro, right? I think the rules here is it greater than? If your total is equal to or greater. So anyways, I don't even need aggro to intercept a two speed dice, which is pretty nice. But if I was this is a very bad example because they have the same speed. Okay, here we go. So let's say save dice A1D0. So now A1 speed dice is saved. If I have an aggro value of 3, then that would cause an intercept opportunity, right? So this held system here that they have for combat, this intercepting and hold dice system, this you may intercept thing, it's only in response to if you have the ability to intercept, which is then going to deal with aggro. I think so anyways. I think, well anyways, yeah, you can't really save a speed dice unless it's only, I mean, I'd probably say you would, it don't matter. So that's how this, let me read the rest of the stuff. The opposing speed dice is equal to or lower than your aggro. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. What is it? You have to spending the speed, without spending the speed dice, but only be able to destroy save. Oh, yeah, right, because the save dice deploy. Yes, this is, aggro is very interesting in SotCIE. Aggro is very interesting. So, if the opposing speed dice is equal to or lower than your aggro, in other words, the same thing as this, if you have a speed, if you, well actually, oh yeah, oh no, this is if the speed dice is equal to or lower than your aggro. So in this case, you need 6 aggro to be able to start using save dice on this E1 character without spending speed dice, which is actually a really powerful effect, I feel like. I'm not sure in practice, because I have not played SotCIE much. I'm literally just using this like a dev doc and just developing off of the words I see on my screen and not really understanding how any of this actually works. I've actually never really played this system before. Never actually played it before. Yeah. So, that's kind of a thing. Thorns is pretty simple. What's really funny is if it's a crit, double the damage. And the thing about crits is I think crits are literally just maximals. So if you have an enemy that's like a poise unit, Thorns is like really good because they're just ensuring maximal on you, but then you're just ensuring that you're constantly bopping them over the head. Especially if you use block skills and then Thorns, you can do some pretty nasty stuff. It's a pretty interesting effect. It's so interesting though with revival because and it's on the next scene target defeated player. Oh, is revival? Interesting. But I do like how it has a specific like, revive with 30 health, not like half their health as long as it's specifically 30. So like in the early game it's pretty powerful. But yeah. But anyways, yeah, so I'm not gonna worry about protection resolve just yet. This will become a very important thing though, checking protection, checking resolve. I'm not sure how many, well actually this is another thing, like, theoretically protection resolve automatically maintain your attribute values, so if I go to unit search A1, slash damage, I think it is, attribute slash damage, 0.0. Okay, that's like not really as fun. Unit search. A1 attributes. Actually, can I just Control Z to get these values? Let me see. I can. That's actually nice. So if I do attributes, okay, only sometimes. Okay, there we go. So the thing about attributes, right here, any of these values, I'm thinking there will be something I'll probably do is I'll make it so like if I do edit unit A1 attributes slash damage, and then I make it a brand new array, and then edit unit A1 attributes, or maybe not an array. I probably wouldn't want to make it an array. I probably want to make it an object. So let's do, and then now after that, we should be able to do key value base, and then we'll set it to 0. And then we'll also have protection, which would then be 2i. So now if we do unit search A1 attributes slash damage, this will now have a base value and a protection value. What will then happen is I will just, when I go to do attributes slash damage, I will see, hey, there's an object here instead of a integer value, and because we're doing slash damage, and the idea is that every status will maintain its field here, so protection field goes with the status protection, right? It mirrors the ID so you don't have an overlap, because you can't have overlapping key values for statuses, so you shouldn't have it for these 0 modifier values. In that case, I will just do the get the value set, add all the values up, and then throw it at you, and then say that is your final value, 0 plus 2 is equal to that. And I can even do edit unit A1 attributes slash damage slash fragile, and set that to 1i. So now when I do unit search A1, so actually the annoying thing is I probably should do 1i. Fragile should automatically do negative 1i, right? Because it's a negative, it's making, well actually no, fragile makes you weaker. So hold on. Fragile makes you weaker, it should be 1i, and then instead, right, when I go to protection, it's a negative 2i. So now when I do unit search, can I actually copy text in here? I don't think I can, unfortunately. A1 attributes slash damage. Now there is 0, negative 2, 1, that's going to be net negative 1, reduces my slash damage by 1. That's how I'm going to do this system. And this is going to, I really wanted Friday to be Friday is supposed to be the housekeeping, fix everything type of day. What I think is going to have to end up happening is I think I'm going to have to end up doing that at sooner than I think. But I do want to just do it tomorrow. But this is going to be something that tomorrow I'm going to be able to handle. Which is, if I see an object, right, if I see the type at attributes slash damage, if it's not a integer value or a float value, if it's not a number value, right, then we're going to say, hey, we need to look in here. And then even with this, I can go, what's my base value? It's still 0, so I can easily look up the base value and say, okay, now I know what the base value is. I can work off of that for if I'm doing an attack that ignores protection and fragile, or one that doubles the value of protection, which would just be looking at all of this and then taking the protection value and adding it again to now make it -3. That'd be pretty cool, right? You could have an enemy that kind of in the same vein as bonus W, you could have like a bonus weaknesses where it doubles the bonus from fragile, right? And I would actually be able to calculate that. That's a pretty cool idea, isn't it? So that's a bit of a gap for that. But I think that's kind of like how I'm gonna play this out. Yeah, so cool. Oh, they added Tremor Backlash. On Clash losing, they cost us 1 Tremor. That's nice. Clash lose build. Very nice. Oh, dude. Dude, they actually made some nice Tremor effects since I last looked at this. It's always nice to look at how they've been growing the game. Very cool stuff. There's only one foreign picking issue. That's so sad. But yeah, okay, this is like all issues that I'm not gonna deal with immediately, right? The issue right now is of course clashing. So I do want to make the clash function at some point. So maybe I don't do type damage yet. I just do the clash visualizer. So this actually gets to another point, which is how I did clash visualization in Planus Rolecall, right? So in Planus Rolecall, you would do like roll a 3 to 5, and then you get a number, and then you roll like a 6 to 8, or 6 to 9, I guess, whatever, just a type number, 7. Then you would do CL 7 versus 4, and then it would say, okay, 0th instance, 7 versus 4. First instance, and the way my system worked was, for every 10 sum, it's plus 1 clash rate, which means it does the clashing thing another time. My system was always a reductive system where your process would eventually reach like 3-0, and then you win the clash with 3 remaining roll. Obviously, Library Ruina, Nimbus Company, and of course Star the City, which is based on those two, doesn't follow those rule sets. If I roll like a 1d this, which is a 1d6, and that equals like a 4 maybe, and then I roll a 4 plus 2, and it's a 1d4 plus 2, and then I roll maybe that's going to be equal to maybe a 5. If it becomes 4 versus 5, you have a couple of things, right? So for offense versus offense, that's just going to be 5 damage going to the leftward guy, then losing 4. If it's like an offense versus an evade, then it's evaded. If it's an offense versus a block, right, then that's going to be kind of, that's going to then just 0 damage. If it's a block versus offense, then it's going to actually reduce the damage down to 1 damage going this way. And then if you have like evade versus evade, nothing happens, and you get the point. And then like counters do the same thing as their non-counter counterparts. Pretty funny. I don't think they get no, they don't. Do they get reuse? I think they do get reuse. Is how they work. I forget sometimes. So yeah, counter dice, which we won't be dealing with yet, because counter dice are a very late game type of thing. Like even in Library Ruina, they don't appear until I think like Bamboo-Headed Kim, which is Urban Nightmare, which isn't like that late game. That's like early mid game or so. The Star City is like such a big part of the game itself. What part of this are we on now? Oh, this event. Interesting. I think we'll probably play some IS7 music at some point. Or I might switch to more Nimbus music in the future. But yeah, this is going to be a whole thing here with the clash system, is figuring out how this works. Evade reuse. So I think what is going to have to happen is I'm going to have to, when I do clashing, I might just put this in functions instead of console, right? Although the console will end up printing stuff out, just because this is going to be such a big function, right? And I think, let's actually just do it now, yeah. So I don't see why we can't do it now. So when we do clashing, right, the clash function, we are going to need skill 1 and skill 2 from each unit, right? So we need both units. We need the offense, the unit, the left side unit, the right side unit, and then each of those skills, right? So unit 1, so U1 is a string, U2 is also a string, and then action 1 is a string, and action 2 is also a string, right? And I'll just return void for now, because I don't really know what we're going to do here. Oh, I'm as back in teams, look at that, look at me go. Okay, so why is it like doesn't thing? What the heck? So with the clash system, you have 2 actions pitted against each other. This is when we're going to get the dice values of each. Now I think with clashes you can pick save dice. Let me see. Save dice is such a awkward thing. We're not gonna deal with it now. Deployment allows you to use any save dice or counters. When targeted, you may declare that you're deploying dice instead of responding to a skill. Okay, so it's instead of responding to a skill. This doesn't use or require any speed dice. Oh, okay, I see. So when you are targeted, you can use save dice instead of a skill. So you don't get to use both together, which is kind of interesting. You're forced to pick one or the other, which is kind of useful. Oh, it's any number of non-counter defensive dice or a single counter dice. Wow. Really nerfing counter dice like really hard because they can be super strong. But yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be a couple issues with this. Just trying to think. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I didn't actually have like, the evidence stuff. Did I have evidence stuff on here? Not here, yeah. Pre-skill, post-skill. I actually don't have pre-skill and post-skill tags here. I'd probably make the evidence tag and stuff. Right. Yeah. Couldn't be 12 for specifying. When the fuck reduces power. Oh, power minimums. A dice can never roll below a 1 base. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know that was a thing that could happen. Okay. Oh, recycling dice is also a thing. So, I actually really like how they specify this here. Sometimes the dice will have an effective dice. So it's just making a copy of the dice and changing it immediately after the original. I'm just not getting dice that come after it. Interesting. Yeah. Really how it's going to work for us is that you just like don't remove the dice from the dice queue. Also, if the action says save dice, we're just gonna start using save dice. Oh, dude, there's like an issue, right? So part of save dice array, what I think was gonna happen with save dice array is this is gonna be a string of array dice, and the way I'm gonna do this is I'll probably doing the action name / what dice it is. Right, like it would be like, for example, hooligan knife 1, or maybe I'll do carry 1 / dice / 1 / 0. That would mean like the 0th index. Well, it would be 0th index dice, which would be this dice here. That's your save dice. So when it has to refer back, it would go to this dice here. That's probably how that's gonna have to work. I also like throw some of these out. I have a bunch of slop data that I don't need to keep holding on to here. A bunch of random things I've been working on over the past while. That's not needed anymore, I don't think. Corrupt. Oh, this is the empty skill. Empty skill was kind of funny. That was a cool little test. But yeah, good stuff. Oh, what? Oh, this is a reward. Wait, they have a... I didn't even realize this was in the song list. Interesting. Didn't realize they had the instrumental for Ash Rising CC music. CC, lobby theme. That's cool, though. It is a really good instrumental. That's actually cool. That's a reward you can get now in Arknights. I love like just listening to music and just realizing like where it comes from and be like, whoa, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you were capable of that. Yeah, I'm realizing there's another way I can do this, but I think part of the issue is like, how do I data represent this, right? So like, if I want to use save dice, right, and I have the save array, which is going to equal all these values in here, right? I can have, for example, hooligan knife 1 / dice / 0, which I don't think I need the 0, right? But it's just useful to be able to have this tag, so I can easily like copy and paste search when I do disp skill. When I do disp, well actually, I mean when I do disp skill anyways, I'm gonna disp skill knife 1, and then I'll just grab this value, know it's a 0, and then pass that in. So I don't think I need to really worry, because anyways, when I use disp skill method, it'd be like disp skill, hooligan knife 1 / dice / 0. Oh wait, what? Oh wait, didn't I provide? Wait. Hold up. Disp skill. What are my odds again for this? It is just a name. Why are we angry about that? Were we angry? Type. Is there an issue with the data type? Hold on, that's actually kind of important. That'd be dice to 0. Well, does dice 0 not exist? It's dice 1. Let me check. Oh wait, because this skill anyways doesn't... Yeah, that's gonna break. I thought if this skill doesn't exist, it won't go through. Like if I just do like a random thing here, it just will say this skill doesn't exist. Yeah, oh okay, because the array does exist. But then it just breaks down, yeah. So I'd actually just do search. I realistically would just do search actions / hooligan knife 1 / dice / 0, I think. Oh. So dice 0 is that, right? So like if I want, well, that can't be a save dice, that's a offense dice, right? But if I do parry 1 / dice / 0, that would be what is referred to by over here when I say hooligan knife 1 / 0. That's what I'm referring to. It's gonna automatically know that I'm looking for the action / parry / well, I guess in this case it would be knife 1 and be parry, but you get the point. So with that, it would say, okay, take that and convert this into this path, and you would know how to convert that path. I don't want to like have to do a little path in there. It should be able to read the shorthand. And then it would just get the values here and then use them. So if you have and then you can have the same one, since it's an array and not an object, you can have the same dice over and over for whatever reason. If you have many copies of it, right, you can have many copies of that dice. They're no longer on the skill, so anything like on kill and stuff shouldn't be used. This is when we're gonna have to get into like a save tag. So if you're using a save dice, like right, if you're using save dice tag and you deploy dice, the response should be that it will not trigger anything. That's kind of how it's gonna have to work. So, yeah. But I think this system is pretty good. I think for save dice array, this is like a pretty good way to do all the data, right? Everything here makes sense, and I think in that case, like, we can turn this into factoring array. So that's the string array for save dice. Target, I don't know if this needs to be part of the unit data, but it is useful to have. I think if you have attack rate, it can cause some issues. We'll have to deal with that in the future. Oh, actually, I think attack rate, yeah, you do target per thing, right? So let me see. Attack rate's gonna be a very fun one. It's very interesting though, like you don't get to see the contents of the enemy skill until both sides have committed. So interesting. Because PLC is so complex, you cannot leave people in the dark. PLC, if you don't show everything to the player, there's no way to react, there's no way to respond. Unless you spend like the first 10 seconds of the combat just bouncing around the enemy, just waiting for an opening. And after you've seen every single action they've used, it's like really annoying. Anybody's contact is using only speed dice when you have the aggro status. Honestly, I kind of want to make like a PLC special combat encounter where you have to like, where an enemy has like a bunch of randomly decided actions, you have to figure out what they're using. But PLC itself isn't built for that yet. Dude, actually, that's a whole idea I just came up with. Like, so people don't really play Scratcher Hunter anymore. I don't think I expect people to play Scratcher Hunter, but Scratcher Hunter is my Monster Hunter fan game, right? And I just caught this phrase just made me come up with a cool idea, right? Because like in a lot of situations, and a lot of like obviously Star City is built for the idea of you go in and you see new things that you've never seen before, and you learn about the game step by step against new enemies you've never fought before, because that's how campaigns typically play. That's like TTRPG in general, right? And obviously with PLC, my TTRPG system, I play it with the idea of replayability, where it's more like a video game style thing, where you can learn about the enemy, and the game isn't balanced around lacking knowledge. The game is balanced around having complete knowledge of the enemy, right? And that's how I balance my game. Like TTRPGs aren't balanced like that because they're supposed to catch you by surprise and stuff. I don't do that because I like to replay my fights later on and see how things have grown and not be based. And also when I test things on my own, I'm testing things with full knowledge, so I hope that my players have full knowledge. It's always been my philosophy as a DM. It's probably one that most people don't like. It's probably a bit unorthodox, but I do just like giving out information and then seeing how you use information, and then also information overload and seeing how people handle information overload, and then short-circuiting their decision making because of information overload. Always a fun time. There's a lot you can do with overflooding people with information, just as much as you can do things with taking away a lot of information from people. Both sides of the spectrum are very fun. But I just thought, because I've been thinking about going back to Scratcher Hunter and doing a couple like major reforms and stuff to that game that I haven't touched in like a year, just because it'd be funny to like do some updates to it, and also because my next game development project is going to be a Scratcher Hunter-like system, which is going to be top-down based combat. And I just thought it'd be really interesting, right? If you have enemies, like you know, in Monster Hunter-like games overall, monsters have a specific set of movesets and stuff. But once you learn that moveset, they're very easy to learn. So I was thinking, right, because now Wilds is now bringing in constructs and stuff, right, like ancient civilization monster type of things. Now I was thinking you could probably have like Frankenstein level constructs under the ancient civilization type of motif, which Scratcher Hunter was actually planning to employ a lot before Wilds did it first, because I never developed my game fast enough. So sad, but you know, it would have been funny to say I did it first before Wilds finally brought it in, but you know. Capcom figured out how to market Monster Hunter to their audience, to their veteran audience, to their lore junkie audience. Anyways, you can theoretically have Frankenstein monsters where their attack set and their AI system is modularly designed so that it's like kind of like a roguelike system where they have a randomized moveset of every single monster in the game's action set jammed in to one enemy that can do all those things, has all of the skeletal body part constraints to do all of those actions from all those monsters, but it's only a select few randomly decided. And when you go into the hunt, you have to figure out which actions do they use at what time and what interval. And each time you fight a new monster, it's a completely randomized moveset that you have to spend time learning. I think that'd be kind of fun. It would be very annoying, but it would keep like the freshness of fighting a new monster for the first time very real, and then you can really start to test. It can also be a good way as a game developer, as like a monster designer, to figure out how do you actually make a fresh fight feel really good as a fresh fight, and then also feel good as a replayable fight, right? Because as the developer, you realize what the enemy can do. You realize what the monster can do and play perfectly around that, right? When I play Scratcher Hunter, I know how the monsters act. A lot of it is like, I forget what the term is called. It's kind of like, not like a sentience gaining sentience type of thing, but I know it's a thing with like comments, gaming and stuff. What's the terminology called? I actually don't remember the word. Every time I come up with this thought, or like any similar thought experiments with like these type of like sporadically evolving circumstances, I always forget what the proper term for it is. Emergent behavior. Yeah, emergent behavior, right? So there's a lot of emergent behavior in Scratcher Hunter, right? There's a lot of gimmicks to the monster fights that I did learn through multiple fights as like any normal player would. But there's a lot of it which is also like I know certain data points of the monsters and I can play around that more specifically, which makes you lose out on ever having the first encounter experience. Right? First encounter experience is very important. And I think that would be a very good way to learn. I mean, like, at the end of the day, everything is so modularized, So as soon as you learn every single module and you learn where they can be a problem, you can learn the safe points where no such module exists to counter you. And there is that aspect, but that's a lot more of a brain intuition process, like a lot more mental labor and a lot more learning the game, like full-on chess grandmaster level of learning the game to actually get to that level, which would be a really good skill expression situation, right? And then learning that micro would be very, very. I need to save that idea. That's a good idea right there, right? Roguelike monster kits SH is like, unironically, kind of is a pretty good cook. Like I kind of cooked that idea right there. That's something I'm gonna use. I'm gonna unironically use the idea. I might do Scratcher Hunter streams. It would be really funny to do Scratcher Hunter streams again, right? Because it's like, it's such a cringe development project, and I don't even want to really do it, because like anyone who wants to be a new audience member and then like jumps in and sees, oh gosh, this person's coding on Scratch, get me out of here. Like that's never a fun time, you know? That's never a fun time. But it would also be very funny, because I think there is, and anyways, I do want to make Scratcher Hunter in Godot. That is something I'm going to do at some point. Like a Scratcher Hunter like in Godot, where fundamentally the functionality is the same. Because Scratcher Hunter has so many gaping flaws with everything. Everything about it is flawed. Just because I've been developing it since 5th grade, on and off of course. But like the project itself is like 7 years old. It's a 7-year-old project that I have been developing on and off for 7 years. And even if we only talk about the time since I started the reframe of the project, that was 2022. It's been 4 years since I started working on that project, and I've pretty much put it to rest now. But I never finished version 4.7.1. So like, I do want to work on it again just to show off a couple ideas I've always had in the back of my head. Right, there's a lot I've been missing with doing turn-based, computation-based game systems, right? A lot of Scratcher Hunters and like all these action games, it's very emergent, right? As long as the individual pieces work, and there's a lot of effort that goes into those individual pieces to make them feel good. But once you get those pieces working, everything just works because everything is at the human scale, at the human pace. A turn-based system is not at the human pace. It's a lot of thinking, and you have to make the system think. And thinking is hard. Thinking is very difficult. So the point is that like these turn-based systems are not fun to develop. It's a lot of effort to really make these systems robust specifically. Especially one that is fully fleshed out, right? And that's the thing, even with Starless City, even with this, it is a fully fleshed out system. It is missing a lot of things. There's a lot of things missing in this system, right? Planus Rolecall has so much more. But even with that, even with the system having no range dice, having no movement system, this system is still so complex. It is still very complex. It's very, very formulaic. It's much more formulaic in fact. But there's still a lot to it, right? Like at least in this system, intercepting is very straightforward, right? Like it's a simple matter of do you have aggro, or do you have a speed advantage or save dice, right? And there's a very simple formula there. With Planus Rolecall, you have to check the clash ranging and line of sight between every unit to that unit, and it was bad. It was very, very bad. I don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm free from that, but I still have a lot of other things to do here. But anyways, I think what I'm gonna have to do here, right? Getting back to actually developing the clash function system, because we've been yapping for about an hour and only done a couple minor fixes and nothing like actually like is major to the system. What I think is gonna happen when I do these actions, when I say save dice string, what I'll probably do is I'll do save dice and then have like a string array, a built-in string array here. And I can do 0, 4, 0, 4, 7, for instance. What I'll do is I'll take this string, and I can JSON.stringify this string, right? And then I'll get 0, 4, 7 as an actual array object, right? An actual array object here. What I'll then do with that is I'll go to 0, right? So I'll go to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll go to 7 doesn't exist, so we just skip it. If it's outside bounds, we skip it. And then what's important is I make a new array, which is this save use array, which is going to be specifically these values, or it might be an object that specific. Well, actually, the issue is because always the issue with doing these like int-based systems is if I delete one of these, now this pointer points to something else, and that's a problem, right? So I think my solution to that, I could always resort and reframe everything into a specific order, but I think the better way is I could always make it so instead of deleting them, I turn them into empty strings, right? I can turn them into empty strings, and then after the action has been realized, I go into save array, all empty strings are deleted. That's actually a good system. I do like that system. It then means that any empty arrays, so I can probably put this in the unit. Technically everything should be in function, but unit could have, so I can do a function which is clean save dice, and then for the unit, right? Oh my goodness, that I just put curly braces in Godot. I put curly braces in Godot because I'm living in the past. And then I'll do a boolean, and the boolean is all it's gonna do is it's gonna say it will be true if something was changed, right? If something was changed, I will return true, right? So bool was changed. It's gonna first equal false, and then we'll return was changed, right? So now what's gonna happen in clean save dice is we're gonna have to get the unit. So if game manager dot unit list dot has the unit, then we are going to return if they don't have the unit. Actually, if they do not have the unit, then we are going to return. We're just going to return was changed false. We're just going to return was changed, even though nothing was changed. So we can guarantee nothing was changed. Yeah, so we can just return false. And if it does, then we're going to have raw unit data is going to equal game manager dot unit list, and we're going to get the unit and then get the data set, right? Just like that. And now, what happens after that? Now that we have the data set, we are now going to look. Well, actually, we don't need the data set. We need the save dice. We need the save dice. This is the first time we're not actually using the data set. So now we are going to go. I should probably iterate top down instead of bottom up, because always an issue with whenever you're iterating through an array. If you're trying to iterate it and then you delete something, then it becomes problematic. But you can't do a for each specifically, just because of the nature of that. So we'll do for I in unit date. We'll call it unit dice and unit dice dot size. And then instead of getting the index of index I, we're gonna get the index size minus I minus 1. I guess, yeah. It'll be fine. It'll work. It'll work well enough. So index is gonna equal unit dice dot size minus I minus 1, and then if unit dice index dot is, which should be is empty, then we're just gonna do unit dice dot move or erase. Why does it say erase string? Oh, you can just erase. Oh wait, you can just erase. Oh wait, no, we can just do that. Hold up, I don't need any of this. So I can just do while unit data unit dice. Can I erase all? There's no erase all function. Yeah. So as long as unit dice has the empty string, we will continue to erase the empty string. That just does it. So, and then was changed is going to equal true. Can we do was changed equals? Does that work? Because the... Okay, no, it doesn't let you do that. It doesn't let you do silly stuff like that. I don't know, I would assume it could maybe let you do some silly stuff, but, you know. It's always good to see if you can do some weird syntactical gimmicks, but this is fine. Like, if I just keep resetting this to true, it doesn't really matter to me. That's clean save dice. That's good. So clean save dice after clash or after the action is cleared. Well, actually, anyways, you only do it on a clash. You only do it on the clash sequence. You will just do clean save dice. I mean, you can just clean it for both units, probably. What song are we on now? Okay, we're still going through OS Integrated Strategy 7. Very nice. CN only music imported from Arknight. Yippee! So what we're gonna do here is, if we have this scenario, we're gonna obviously have to get our dice list, right? So then we'll start getting our dice list. So I probably want each unit's dice list. Is probably how I want to do this. I'm trying to think how I want to run this. So when I select action, obviously I will action search. Yeah, this is actually a thing, so I'm not going to worry about any proactives or reactive stuff. So when I do clash, it should run both of the actions effects. This could probably be the entire action attack routine, right? Like if the string isn't specified, there is no clash. That's actually a good point. That's a good point, actually. I do actually like that. So, if I'm unopposed, right? So, like, if I'm in a situation where I probably want to just, like, GIMP draw this. I'll just GIMP draw this real quick, right? If there's a situation where I have an offensive dice, right? So I have one offensive dice, and I'm going against, so I'm going unit A1, and I'm going against unit E1, right? If they have nothing, this goes unopposed, and this does damage. If they have a dice, then we will clash, and then we'll figure out who gets removed, right? And we don't know if this one's gonna get removed, or if this one's gonna get removed. But I think this actually just needs to be the dice, the entire run skills, basically just like execute skills. Cause that's all this is, and then we will specifically on a per dice basis. If this is gonna be when we run dash, that is only if the A1 dice list, right? So we are going to make a variable here, which is going to be U1 dice, which is going to be an array, right? And then here we have U2 dice, and this is also going to be an array. You see? So in both of these instances here, these are both going to be arrays, and with this array system, we are going to have some amount of values, right? So maybe index 0, index 1, and this one only has index 0. So let's say, actually, here's how I'm going to do this. Let's say U1 uses 3 offensive dice. And let's say U2 is using an evade dice, right? And you might think, okay, on paper, right, you would think one clash here and then these two go unopposed. It's an evade dice though. Install the city, evade dice on clash win. Nope, now that's blocked. On clash win for evades, recycle the dice, which is essentially saying when these clash, when these do a clash, this loses, then this gets recycled, and then can go again. And this can continue propagating down to as long as this dice doesn't lose a clash. Like, that is the power of recycle, right? This is recycle right here. And that's very useful. And what this actually means is we're not going to actually do any of this recycle. What we're actually just going to do is we're just not going to delete the item from the array. So as long as u2.dice is not empty and u1dice is not empty, right? That means that there is a value here to be used. Then a clash will occur, and then that is when we get into the function, which is going to be dice clash. And what we're going to have to do with dice clash is the clash is going to take both arrays, right? I mean, it doesn't need to take both arrays. We can run the removal of the values from here. The idea was like, do I need to like pass the arrays as parameters so I can like delete the values remotely from this function? I don't think I need to, but I do like this though. So here's how we're gonna play this, right? So first of all, we are going to have to make u1 dice, which is going to be a brand new array, and u2 dice, which is going to be a brand new array. Actually, both of these can just be packed string arrays. Oh, I didn't make these laws. I mean, when I forget basic syntax structure, right? So both of these are going to be packed string arrays. And what we're going to do is for A1 and A2, we are going to assemble these. So if A1 doesn't exist, then we keep these empty, right? So if A1 dot is empty, then U1 dice is just going to equal an empty thing. And then if A2 dot is empty, well, actually, I'm just going to make an assemble dice function, right? So create dice array, and it's going to be for a specific unit. Well, actually, I don't need to worry about the unit. Oh, actually, I do need to worry about the unit when we are deploying save dice, right? So unit string and then action string, and this will return a packed string array. So var array, a packed string array, and if action.is empty, we will return. We're just going to return empty array. We can just return empty array. We don't even have to return this exact array here. And otherwise, we will eventually return whatever array we make here. But if action is not empty, we are now going to iterate through the action list and assemble what it is. Well, actually, action is a single string, right? So if action, okay, so if action contains, okay, so when I do speed dice, right, I should probably have a signify character like an asterisk here, so it says, hey, this is something that is not a action. I don't think you, I don't know, can you actually name files with an asterisk? I don't remember. Can you? Let's see. If it gets angry, then they go fine. You can, but that's okay. We can just you just can't have asterisk. You can't have an action called asterisk save dice. Otherwise, the system will break. That's okay though. Or we can just do if action contains if it contains the string. Oh yeah, what we can do here. Can we convert? I think we can convert this into a valid array. Let me see. If I do, hold on. can I do, for example, if I do like 0, 4, 7, can I do dot is valid is IP address? Okay, so I probably need to do like a JSON that's stringified. Let me actually test something real quick. If I do, let me just go into Game Manager just so I can print everything out as soon as I load archive. Kind of, this is just kind of like a good way to do dump testing. So can I do var thing is equal to this specific array, which is going to be, I'm going to call it save dice 047. Exactly what I was doing in my test structure, right? So now I should be able to print, I'll just print thing and I'll print if, I'll print whether thing dot contains, so it will contain, so I'll do thing dot split by save dice, and then okay, so if I do split by save dice, oh not save dice, split by thing, and then we just do, okay, so I should do the, I'll do this and then I'll do just that. Oh, I was getting angry about that. So I'll print this, and then I'll print whatever. Well, no, I don't know what size it is. I will then, after that, when I do print thing that's dice thing, I will now get this first element, right? So spinning my save dice, the first thing will be empty. I should probably actually just have this true, but show it include empty. So the first element is empty. The second element is 047. I will then print JSON.stringify, and my data will be thing.split. Oh wait, am I doing this thing.split by, oh, the delimiter needs to be, oh, that's what I did wrong. It's supposed to be save dice. I'm dumb. The delimiter, I put save dice and then didn't encase it in quotation, so it wasn't reading as a string. I thought I was supposed to put thing in there. Yeah. Okay, so my split is going to be save dice, and I will include empty, so my first value will be an empty. And then when we stringify, we don't need an indent. Oh wait, we don't want to stringify. Hold up, we don't want to stringify. We need to get an array. So array. Can I just do an array cast? Can I do an array cast? Okay, it's only from a string I can read. Only from an actual array, right? Only from these things. Can I do array dot? Is there a JSON dot string or other pause string? Pause string. That's what it is. And the JSON string will be thing.split save dice true. And value 1. Let's see if this actually works. It does! It does work! Now, it does give you float values, which is a bit of an interesting thing. It gives you floats, just because it's a JSON, and for whatever reason, Godot JSON loves to turn every number into a float. A bit of a weird thing, you know, like, but this is okay. So this does work. This actually does work. Oh, I put true here. Wait, what? Oh, I did. Oh, that's I meant to do true here. It's okay though. So, oh, even though I didn't allow empty, dual true. Wait, is that does allow empty do something wrong? Oh, default it's true. Oh, by default it's true. So I can just, I don't even need that. I can just do that, and that does work. It does read the string and parse it as that. Is there an array parse though? Is there just like an array parse? Packed int 64 array. I don't think they have built-in functions, so there's no way to. JSON's the only means of parsing. But this works. This is cool. This is good. So we're gonna hold on to that. Which one is this? This one's good. L2. This one's a really good theme. I like this one. Now we go back to functions. So now it's gonna be good. So what we're gonna do is if the action dot split by save dice so hold on, what happens if we let me actually go back to this. What happens if this is something else? Like it's like a thing. Okay, it will cause an error because it can't do this. So we do have to see if I do pause string. So I don't know if that's an array or not, right? Like that might not be an array. That's an important part of this. So for example here, it gives me a string. So if this is not a valid JSON value, then we're gonna have an issue, right? So can I do a JSON.parseString? Oh. Well, can I validate that this is actually gonna work, right? So, oh wait, but if the size, okay, so if the size isn't, the size has to be greater than 1, right? The size has to be greater than 1. Then we'll know that there's something we can parse. So, what if this is for whatever reason, save dice thing, right? Will we have an issue? What will happen here? It will just give me a null. So in the case that it is null, then we are good to, then we know that this cannot happen. So, okay, cool. So we can have validated that to work. So now we can go back here. So what we need to do is we need to check if the string split by save dice 1, if this is not null, right? So now we can make var save indices. So save indexes is going to equal action dot split by save dice, first element, and we're going to do JSON dot stringify. We're going to stringify action dot split. And then we are just going to see if save indexes is not equal to null, and this is going to be our we found save indices. We are now going to execute them, right? And that's going to be a fun part. So theoretically, right? So this is going to give us. Wait, no, this is stringified. This needs to be parse string. I'm dumb. Parse string. Which is going to be a variant for now. So actually, we should do if save indices is a JSON object, I guess, because this does give me a variant. Let me check. Okay. So let me do this. Let me go back here. Let me go back here again. Let's print say type of save indexes. What are we gonna actually get? I'm gonna get a packed float array. Oh, that's null, right? So 28. Now 28 is just an array. So it's just an array, but we do need to confirm that it is of type array. We're gonna skip this one because there's lyrics and it's gonna drown out my voice. So now we're gonna actually do if save indices, if type of save indices is type array, right? So now we know it is of type array. That's good. And now we are going to do for each value in, for each index in save indexes. So what's going to happen here, right? We are going to do for every index here. If not I is a float. Oh yeah, we can just do if save indices is array. If I is not a float, then we are just going to continue. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we are going to do do I just save the dice directly? Yeah, I can look up the dice later, I feel like. Look up dice isn't a hard thing to do. Like, theoretically, I can preload my dice, right? Like, I can preload dice. Do I want to preload dice, though? And I think the answer is no. Oh, that's another thing, too. I know how I'll solve it, right? So there is a... No, actually, no, we're fine. Because, like, I don't think indices of save dice will matter. Yeah. Because, okay, so my question I was having, right, the little curiosity I was having, right, was let's say we are save dicing, we have an array, right, we have an array of save dice, right, this is our array of save dice here, and there are a couple save dice in here, right, we have like a save dice here, and we have a couple save dice, right, let's say we have 5 save dice, maybe we can't fit 5 in here, let's say we have 4 save dice, and let's say when it becomes time to clash, we say, I want to use this one and I want to use this one. We're going to remove both of those. My question was like, oh, but what happens if something happens and they get reused? Which ones do I know go back and do I not delete? And I realized I can just delete these now. And then when the clash is done, if both of them survive, I'll just have 2 more save dice that I can just throw. I can just throw these right back into the save dice array. Right? Save dice are. Like that's fine. We can work with that. So that's chill. This is chill. This is chill. We're just going to, if that I is a float, then we are going to go. Okay, so if the I is a float, and then after that we're gonna check if, and then, okay, so raw index is equal to the int value of I. Oh wait, we have to get the unit value too. Oh yeah, so. If unit doesn't exist, we also have to check. So, if game manager dot unit list dot has unit does not, if it does not have unit, then we will just return guarantee all because the unit doesn't exist. Otherwise, we can make the var. Yeah, so first, if it's in the next, right, so then we're going to do var unit dice. Unit save dot is going to equal game manager dot unit list unit dot save dice. Awesome. And that is the array of save dice. And then, okay, so... so if it does exist, then we are just going to do... append the value of unit saved index here, and then unit saved index is going to equal the empty string. Very, very simple. And now we get to the else case. Right, so now here's the else case. If that is not if there is no array in here, then now we have to check if now we have to do a lookup, right? So now we have to see, is there a specific action that coordinates? Does the action exist? And this is now going back to console and what we did with the display skill command, right? And this is now what we're going to see. If this action doesn't exist, then we will just escape. Because we're just trying to create the dice array here, so... actions slash action. And if action data here returns that, then we are just going to return an empty array. And then continuing onwards from that, now we just go through the list of action data and we are going to fetch every single dice. So then we're going to do dice. Action dice is going to be equal to... actually, no. Oh wait, we are creating a dice array. Oh, I see. Let me think. Because I remember now what I was dealing with here. I remember. I have to get dice with a specific thing. No, what I think I'll just do is I'll just have a dice converter. I'll have a fetch dice thingy. Yeah, I can just do action slash action slash dice. And what this will do is this will just get me the entire dice array. Let's get me the dice array. And for the size, I can just do the formula of name slash dice number. And I can just create the dice array like that. Instead of adding each dice object, I can do that too. I can do that. I could do that. Do I want to do that? I can always look up the value up later. This is just better. Fetch fail. So action dice. So now we're gonna go to so this is an array. An array where the 0th element should be an array. Bam, 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 bam. So this should be a shallow search. This should be a shallow search. We should have found an array. So for I in action data 0 dot size. Oh, the append. Alright, that should work. I'm gonna hope that works. Pretty good, honestly. This actually kind of works very nicely. Oh, I thought of a good idea. Oh, I thought of a really good idea. So, you know, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about, you know, okay. So I was thinking kind of about, you know, a big issue always that one might have is, so I was actually thinking in terms of like, you know, nest over and like the idea of like don't nest your code too much, which, you know, I'm doing the grave sin of over nesting. I love nesting and I do it too much and I need to stop nesting so much and need to start compartmentalizing things in different ways. Like this is like a 5-depth indentation. And imagine how terrible this would be if I had an indentation with an 8. But what I really thought about was the idea of, okay, I can compartmentalize my code a lot better, but something that I actually just thought about was how do I get parameters in here for if I start to break this up into hundreds of different functions, right? Hundreds of no like 5-liner functions. How do I know how to reference them when it comes to stuff like, you know, where I have like status and select? Okay, we're gonna skip this one. Let's actually skip to, okay, this is the, oh yeah, this is activation algorithm OST now. Very nice. So like status inflect, right? This is a method that takes in these two arguments, status and count. And I just thought like I could have a callable method, right? Like a function like call from this object, right? From this JSON object. I'm writing it like in this weird pseudo. What is this pseudocode that I'm writing? I'm writing the nastiest pseudocode ever. And it would be a kind of like a match. It would be JSON object and then the string header, right? So the JSON object is the args, right? So actually the JSON is args, right? Like this object is args. And then name is in the, so then there's a string name and then JSON args. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, okay, so we're gonna match by the name. And then for each of these cases, right? So if it's a case, one case would be, I'm writing the weird, I'm mixing up Java and Godot syntax here. Case, status inflect, right? Like what am I doing here? What is this pseudocode? Why is this pseudocode like using match from Godot and then case from C/Java family? Like what? And then case status inflect. What we then do is we would do status inflect function, and then we would then put in the arguments, right? And the arguments would be args, and then the key, which is status, or 0, right? And that's like or nothing, or empty. And then we do args, count, or 1, args, and then like something like that. And this would actually be how I do call. This is how I do callables. This is how I do JSON callables. Yes, this is exactly what I need to do. No, I literally figured it out. This is how I do JSON callables. Precisely this. This is exactly what I... Spur of the moment thought. This was something I've been worrying about for like so long. How was I gonna code this? How would I code my arguments to function functionally? We found it, chat. We found it, chat. Chat, this is exactly what we needed. Why is this precisely what I needed all along? I love it. I love it so much. It actually works. It will actually work. So I will say for the OR thingy, right? I don't know if there's like a actually there should be a default when you do args get. If I do if I do a JSON, okay. Okay. Let me think. Yes, I can make a data tree method, which is fetch a value that I'm looking for, right? Or use a default, right? And then when it comes to the actual method, right? When it comes to the method, each function, right? So each function then, so I would do, well, this is a JSON arg, so I've already gotten the value, right? I can do something like this. I can just do, this should be a dictionary, right? This would be a dictionary. A dictionary args. Args is dictionary, right? And then, when I do, hold on, let me find a dictionary here. I'm messing up all my tabs. Where am I going? Where? So like for example here I can do like GM. Let's just do it here. Yeah, I can do get. I can do .get. I can really do .get. Wait, hold on. This is actually genius. Hold on. This is genius. This is genius. I can just do. Or the empty string, count over 1, right? And what happens here is that all functions have variants. And if there is a type mismatch, we will then do something else, right? We will do something else when there is a type mismatch. So then, right, status inflict function, right, and it has variant v1, variant arg2. And before anything else, we validate the types in the first couple lines, right? And that's going to be validate. So then we do var, and for the arguments, so param1, we'll do param1 and param2, right? Or something like that, arg1, arg2. So then we do param1 is equal to validate arg1, and this is like, so this one is gonna be string, and then int param2 is gonna equal validate arg2 for an int. And this here is exactly what we need, right? So then we would end up going to validate, and then with validate, we would say, okay, so we are going to have, and I'm not sure how I'm going to do this like generic typing thing here, but like we're just going to have the variant arg, and then type, whatever this type is. I don't know what we're going to do, how this works, but we'll figure that out later. But then we're going to say if arg is type, then we just return the arg. Otherwise, we are going to check something. If, and then if validate fails, then we have to like escape this function because it failed. Or we just get past an error and we say, hey, you broke something. But if arg is dictionary, right? If it's a dictionary, or if it's an array. If it's an array when it shouldn't be, right? If it's an array when it shouldn't be, that's a problem. There's no really like an arg thing for like an array issue. Array would be a sequence of calls for that parameter. Like that could happen, right? Like a sequence of param calls. Oh, that's gonna be annoying, right? Like theoretically, right? You can have a sequence of you can have a sequence of calls. No, I can do something else. I can do something better. No. I think that's going to be complex stuff I won't deal with yet. But we will get to that later. But if the arg is a dictionary, then we are going to call based on whatever the value of that function is. So, for instance, where is it? Yes, when I go to bleed, right? And I go to v2, right? It's an object. And then we get the key. What key is in here? Get parent. And there should only be one key theoretically. If the key length is larger than 1, we also have an issue. Like that's kind of a thing. Like there's no way to get around that. Yeah, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of thought processes that don't make sense here. But I am liking this. This is looking good. Okay. Looking good so far. Looking good so far. But I need to see something real quick. If it's a dictionary, right? If it's a dictionary, so in any other case, we are just gonna return null, and then we're just gonna like have issues. But if the arg is a dictionary and dictionary arg dot size is 1. That is important. If it's more than 1, then we have an issue. Then, we're going to have a very fun time. We're going to do... We are then going to call... Key is equal to dictionary arg dot keys value 0, and then the int, and then we're going to do call, then we're going to return the call value, and then we're going to, oh yeah, we're going to have to then validate we're then going to have to validate call by the key and then the dictionary of arg's key. Then validate that with the same type. That is exactly what we need. That is the entire system. That is so peak. This pseudocode is so weird that I'm using Java syntax and Godot syntax at once. But this is yes! This works. This will work. This will work. This is precisely what we need. This is gonna be something that we won't get to today, but this is gonna be like next week's stuff. Those are the these are like the 3 components. I mean, assassin isn't really a component, but like these are the 2 main components I need. The call system, how I call functions off of this dictionary string dynamic, and then the validation system. And that's how we propagate through call tree. I've been meaning to find a solution to this for a while. This has been something I've been thinking about, and I've never really thought how I'm gonna do the call system. And this is perfect, actually. Like, this is like really good. This is really good. I actually enjoy. This is so perfect. This has been what I've been looking for a while. I have been looking for this for so long. I've been really looking. I've been really searching to find this exact piece of information because I have not understood. I don't know what I've been doing. I have no idea what I'm making. I have no idea how I was gonna solve this issue, but I solved this issue. This is the solution. This is just simply the solution. Yeah, this is exactly what I've been needing. This is exactly what I need. This is the exact solution I've been needing to fetch. And it is perfect. It's perfect. I just have to relish in this for a moment. This is like actual advanced level thing. Now the only issue is that this match statement will get very long. Because for every function I have to do this, but like this is perfect size. This is all I need. This is the entire validate command, and that carries this one validate command. This one validate function is gonna carry the weight of 1,000 suns. Like, that's the best part of this. This thing is gonna carry so much weight. As this should be exact. And I make a separate thing for arrays. Arrays are gonna be like a group call dynamic. And that's when I can do like a ... type of parameter, right? But like I can just do an array for it, but I mean, yeah. Oh, I figured it out. I actually figured it out. I've been meaning to figure it out for however long. This is taking me so long to understand, but this works. I mean, like this should theoretically all work. This should theoretically all function. I won't do it today because obviously that's not the scope of today's task. But just spur of the moment thought. This is what I've been looking for months. I have been looking for this solution for months. I don't That's good. This is getting saved. This is getting saved in the files. This is getting saved as like I need this. I need this. I need this. I've been looking for this solution for many months. Ever since I came up with the idea of the JSON file tree, which I think was in February. Actually, I think even older than that. It's a pretty old idea. I think February was when I actually came up with the idea to like solidify, like, hey, I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna actually like find the solution. But like, I've been meaning to find a solution forever, right? Like I've been, like all of these functions here, everything here, like, all of this, right? Now the interesting thing is the next part is what I'm going to call the default case. Let's push on and let's get to the default case. Let us get to the default case, because the default case is that there is no match, and that is when we get to the fun part, which is built in, which is external modification JSON functions. I have not made these yet, so I don't know how they're going to look. But essentially, when this comes to pass, we are then going to have to do like a data tree. We're going to have to like do a data tree, and then we're going to search for. I'm just gonna call it search because I'm gonna reform data tree in the future. So data tree, the current fetch system is gonna be different. So we are going to search for functions. And in the functions folder, right? But I need to develop this so I can actually look at subfolders and like look for different, like if I have subfolders in here, I can kind of work with that. I haven't decided that yet. But within the functions folder, we are going to then search for functions plus name. If we find that, if this exists, so we're gonna basically search for file, like search file, functions just name, right? And if we find that file under this call structure, then we are going to have to actually call that function using this call system. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. That's gonna be the issue, right? This default case, I don't know how I'm even gonna make functions look, right? My idea is that like, kind of like these, right? If I make another JSON file, right? If I have a function here and I have it, I can give it a call name and I can give it args, right? And then like args here, and then after that is like call stack or something, call list, and then the call list is just an array of calls, right? And then you have to iterate through this entire call list, and then args. This is important. I don't want to wrestle with this now, but I think like args would be like, you know, I would do an object of it for like each name of the arg that I'm trying to find, and then that will match up with kind of how I do this like get name, and that name will be the actual arg name here, and so forth and so forth. But yeah, the default case is important because the default case is literally, if this exists, right? Like if I find this, right? So if data equals this, and then like if data is not null, so like if data is dictionary or something, so that means that I found the file that is a dictionary, and then I have to, from there, I would have to go and get data, and then I'd have to get the name of it, right? So I don't need the name and stuff, but I just need to know the args, right? That go in. Whatever args are here. So then I would then do this function type of network with arg. This is gonna be so difficult. So data args is gonna be kind of like my args list, right? So no, I don't know. I don't know how I want to do this. I think I don't need that. Like that's the thing. I don't know how functions are gonna work. I don't want to think about this now. This is a bit too far, right? We've been on a roll. We've been on a roll with developing this, but I think this default system, I just don't know what's gonna happen here. I think this is for future me right here. I'm not gonna deal with this now. I'm gonna save this, and this is gonna definitely go on tonight's post of progress I've made today, because this was actually this advancement in general is big. But I think when we get to default calls and we get to function and we get to external functions found within the file list, that's gonna be something that I'm not gonna touch for a while, because that's a lot, right? But I can even make a function like divide function, v1, v2, and then do a division. Well, actually, division is such a base algorithm that I don't know if I can actually call that, because I'd have to then do another callable. Because at the end of the day, all functions in the external function list have to go to some callable function here. Some callable function in my functions file. All of these that's why this is kind of bad right now, because this is like a lot of these functions aren't like callable functions really, to so to speak. But it will get to a point where all of these functions, right, they have to be directly referable, and then they have to construct the entire game of itself. Like, even like these like return, like subtract, I should be able to write this roll function with other functions. That's kind of the issue, and the word function loses meaning. I don't know if it loses meaning for you, but it started to lose meaning for me after I said the word function so many times. But like, this is the programming style I'm trying to make with the JSON file system. Everything has to be this weird callable format. Everything is a callable down to its base root and like the base fundamental manipulations of the data, which is such a weird system. And maybe I have to look at like assembly and like every single assembly every single assembly function, because that's basically what I'm trying to make. Which is maybe a bit too much ego in my head, but a bit too much pride over here. But like that's kind of what I'm making in a sense. It's just a weirdly abstracted and like overwhelming overhead that's a bit inefficient. Like this is like so suboptimal. But I love it. I love this suboptimal development experience, and I hope you do too. Because this is so weird. None of this makes sense anymore. Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. I'm gonna go back to making the Flash system, which is a bit more down to earth, a bit less crazy, a bit less. I'm gonna lose my mind because I don't know what I'm doing anymore. No, I love this though. This was good. This is really great, because I just came up with like how I'm gonna make the entire file system work. Slurp up your hydration, slurp up your water, and then let's think a bit more about how I'm gonna do this. Cause yeah, this is working so well. This works so well. Like this one also has lyrics kind of. This is in a different language. I'm gonna skip it because I need to make sure I can actually be audible. Actually, let's see. Where do we want to go to next? Can we go to I don't know. Let's find some other music to put on while I continue to develop a nonsense. Where's the Lunatic music list? Lunatic, I'm gonna get your music list. I'm gonna play some random Nimbus music. Actually, I do have to watch out because I don't want Millie music to start playing. If Millie music starts playing, I die on the spot. I don't know if SotCIE also kills you. SotCIE might. I mean, that's okay. Pass on. But like, yeah, this is good. This is really good. I'm gonna keep looking. I love Arknight's music. Arknights has such good music. Arknights is like so peak. That's such good music. It's so good. I love Arknight. I glaze Arknights every day. Glaze Hypergriff. Woo! Okay. On this for a while. So, back down to earth. We're gonna deal with the callable issue later. That's gonna be under our reforms for next week. That's gonna be a next week thing. This week, we're just gonna finish up everything here and then be chill. But yeah, I'm loving it. Things have been going very well. Very good stuff, though. I just need to take a moment to, like, realize I had a revolution. The default thing is where I'm stuck now. That sudden revolution, so good. So good. I'm making very irritating noises by slamming the bottle on the desk. That's good, that's good. I love that. I love it so much. Very, very deep. Me when I lose my mind on camera. Insane. So, create dice array I think should be done. U2 dice. We're going to be creating the dice array U2, A2. Alright. Those are both of our dice arrays. And then we're going to have to make a get dice system. So we're going to make the function get dice data. And it is going to just be dice. The die is a string. And then we are going to return a dictionary. So here's how dice return is going to work, right? So for instance, the term hooligan bash 1/1 is, or /0 is going to be dice number 0 from this list, which is going to be here. Cool, awesome. And it's just going to return like this dictionary value, right? That's all we're looking for. So the die is returned by a string. So we're going to get var action is equal to okay, so die data, die string, die parse. I'll call it the variable die parse is equal to die.parse dot split by the delimiter, this single slash, and then if die parse dot size is not equal to 2, right? There has to be the name of the dice and then where the number of the dice is. And if there's any more data, then there's an issue. Then we're just going to return an empty array, an empty dictionary, since there's no dice data. That doesn't work. And then, right, var die data is going to equal data tree dot fetch data. Now data. What data are we looking for? We are looking for the data that is under die parse 0, which is the name of the die, right? So we are going to fetch. We're actually specifically fetching the actual die data, which is going to be data is just game manager dot file tree. Actually, we can just do game manager dot fetch data. It does like operate off of this game manager dot fetch data, and then the path is going to be actions slash plus die parse 0, right? Die parse 0 is going to be the name of the dice, and then after that, we are going to get a the dice, right? That's this dice path here, and then the final thing, the final part of our file path is going to be die parse 1, that is the index of the dice. So that's going to be under dice, that is the index, and then we're going to get a dictionary here. Now, this should be safe search. Does safe search work? Safe search is like not great. Because like if you shallow search, it causes issues. But yeah, I think it's if we fetch, we should fetch safely, theoretically. Which is just going to be if it fetch fails, then we have issues. So then we just check So let me just check if fetch fail, if data tree dot fetch fail for die data. So if it failed, then we are again just going to return empty. But if we are fine, then we are just going to return, and then or if die data 0 is not a dictionary. Well, I guess like, okay, hold on. If die data is dictionary, else we just return the empty. That should work. That's just getting the dice data. That should be fine. Awesome. Okay, so that's cool. That seems to be working very, very nicely. And with that, we can now get into executing skills. So for each instance, we're going to get dice data for the specific die, which is underneath our dice list here. Very, very nice. And yeah. So that's looking pretty good so far. Let's see here. Let's see. So with all of this data, we can now execute the skill. If there's an unopposed, then you know we have the empty array. Oh yeah, we should check if the units even exist. If the unit doesn't exist, then we okay. If Game Manager doesn't have any unit, then we just don't care. If Game Manager doesn't have U1, then we just return. Same thing if it doesn't have U2. So there we go. Now we know that we should have actions and we should have units. U1 is kind of the offensive unit, so we're gonna always go off of U1 first until as long as U2 isn't empty, or as long as U1 isn't empty, and if U1 is empty, then we start doing U2. I love this theme so much. Ooh, tags are important. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Godot, enum. How do I make an enum in Godot? This might be useful. Does this have enum data? Yeah. Or we can just use constants. Bam, 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 bam. Interesting. Just do a... Oh, it's just basically just a constant dictionary. Okay. I should probably be using enums a bit more. I think that's gonna be more on the Friday job. When we start dealing with this type of thing. It's just kind of how the type thing is gonna work. It's just gonna be type dictionary and stuff. Oh yeah, that's the thing I was forgetting. When it comes to doing the external functions, the foreign functions with JSON, well, the args is gonna actually just be the type of the args, which is very important. When converting, they use string data there into the respective thing. Or I can use indices, I don't know. We'll deal with that when we get there. I'm going to have a lot of flexibility with that, how you want to code it. But yeah, that's kind of one thing. One piece of information. It's looking pretty good though. Yeah, okay. So okay. Let's actually try and get something actually worthwhile done. I think do we still have stuff in Game Manager? We do. We can get rid of this now. We don't need any of this anymore. This thing served its purpose. We're done with that. My brain is like fried. There's like a lot of thinking I could do to make this work. It really does fry your brain open. But we can now start working on getting through the dice list. So we'll first do wow u1 dice dot wow it's not empty, right? And then eventually we'll do u2 dice that is empty, right? And then basically do the exact same thing. We'll do u1, and then if u2 dice is not empty, then we're just gonna take the first value of that, and then we're gonna do a clash. Otherwise, we're gonna do the unopposed response of the die function. Clash will just run both dice function and then do the clash and then do a resultant thing, right? Actually, I do want to make an enum for this too. So that's like all of your different things there. What is it angry about? Am I done with enums? I'm probably done with enums. I don't know what I'm talking about. There we do. Oh, it's equals. That's why. So unopposed is 0, cash win 1, cash tie 2, cash lose 3. Or I don't even need this, because I'll just like do the comparison for each dice, and each dice will react accordingly. I don't know. I think I need this right now. Do I need it right now? I don't know. So then we have a function, execute dice. This is execute skills, this is execute die. Or maybe I do it on a per basis. I'm not sure. I think I will. So when I do execute die, what essentially is going to happen here, right? Is you're gonna have die, string, and D2, which is a string. Well, actually, the unit date is also important, right? So unit date is also important when we do this. So both units and then both of their dice are now gonna go fight each other. And if a D2 does not have any dice, it just goes unopposed. If D2 does have a dice, we go to the clash data. And when we clash is when it's going to be very fun. Now, important thing is I am missing the skill, the action name, which is probably important. Yeah. Well, actually, the dice names do have the skill built in, so then we can always refer to the other data set, other data attributes of the skill. Yeah, I'm realizing there's a lot of parameters that need to be tossed around. I might make a specific object, which is just like the run skill object. Hello. Oh, you found my thing. How's it going? I don't think you've played a Project Moon game, so you probably don't understand what's actually going on here. You'll probably just be reading nonsense. Also, I'm not sure if you use Godot in anything. I doubt you do in IT land. But yeah, welcome to my brain damage. We love my brain damage. I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe, okay, wait, if I do U1 dice, is there not a, okay, there's push, right? Wait, what? You don't understand it, but hey, I do, you do. Wait, is there not a pop, I thought they'd be built-in pop functions. Wait, this is a dictionary. Wait, no. This is supposed to be great dice array. This is a packed string array. I'm assuming packed string arrays would have a pop fun. I feel like I'm being lied to here. I think part of the issue. This is like an issue with hold on. Yeah, packed string arrays don't have the pop function. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, so we're not using packed string array. We're just gonna use this array of type string. That's fine. I did not know that they didn't have a pop function. That's curious. It's basically dead. I might go back. I've been talking about how I might go back to it as like a joke and mess around with it again, but I don't actually have like any plans for it because, well, it's obviously I'm doing this now, and this is like something I can actually do things with. Scratcher Hunter is always beholden to the fact that I'm ripping off someone else's IP and I'm gonna get murdered for it if I make anything big out of that. So, you know, I might do some funny things with it, but the gameplay style of Scratcher Hunter will come back in the future. I will make a Godot game with that same style of gameplay, just not Monster Hunter coded, because it is a really it's a pretty honestly refined system. Besides the controls, it actually functions. So like, I can do that. I can deal with that. Yo, it does work if it does. Okay, so I can do this. So I can then do. Yeah, this is more turn-based combat stuff that I'm developing here. I'm developing turn-based combat stuff, which is not everyone's cup of tea, but within the Project Moon community, it's all the rage pretty much. It might as well be. So yeah. Well, not... As long as neither of these are empty, this won't throw an error on me, so I can just combine both of these into this. I don't have to actually screw this up. This works. And it just pops front, throws it back, because it does return the actual array value. Cool. That should then be working then. And then that will give me the specific dice that I'm working with, and then I can get their actual data here. If the dice doesn't exist, it returns something empty, so I can always just do get dice data here. D1 data is equal to get dice data D1. I can do this for both. D2. So yeah, this will work, and then I'm gonna change this one. I think it's gonna the random like dog barking sounds in the background. Anyways, it's gonna go to IS5, which will also try and drown me out with the voices. The voices will drown me out. So maybe I should change this again. Actually, let's go back to. Let's see. Which one do we go? Which song? What music do we put back on? I could probably do I could probably put on IS6 is always peak. We'll put on IS6. It's more chill. Okay, so over here. Why is it? Oh, that's old. That's old. Okay, so when we execute both dice, we get their data. If they're empty, then we can do an unopposed, which is then when we get to reading what data type it is. If they're both empty, then we have an issue. So that's a thing. Maybe execute dice shouldn't. I think I should do clash first. Like, wait, this is like execute clash, and then in the case that a clash result doesn't happen, then we execute the dice, and then we put in some amount of data of like what actually happened. What happened here? What happened there? Oh my goodness. How did that even happen? What? Okay, so this is just execute dash. How's D&D thing going? Oh yeah. So, about the D&D system. Essentially, and this is, I did talk about this in my first stream, in like the beginning of it. That system has always been like majorly flawed. So, if I go to here, right, like this system has always been kind of a manual nightmare, right? If I pull this stuff back up, like this has always been an issue of this. Get back here. This has always been an issue of, where even am I? Oh, there we go. This has always been an issue of like everything here is very manual, and of course there's all this data that I have to deal with. The data amount has kind of exploded over time with like the amount of complexity that has ballooned, and that's the reason why I'm using this other system, the City Tabletop RPG. It's based off of, it's actually based off of Library of Ruina and Nimbus Company, and it is much more simple. Actually, a couple of my friends were going to run campaigns in it, but they've since canceled it because they're weak and they're lazy. Shame. And with that, right, this system functions so much more simply. There's no like movement system. Obviously, the biggest draw of my old system, which was like the timeline system, is just gone. There's no timeline system I have to worry about. It's just very peak. Everything about it just kind of. This system is so much more simple, and even still, I have to make all, like, this is already like 200 lines of functions. My console of like all the console functions I've made is 400 lines, right? Like even just like the amount of data that I can show off is already like so ballooned. Like even this system in its more simple state, like quote simple state, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that I have to manage and work with and find solutions to, because the City, though it is simple on paper, there is a lot of exception rules and stuff in here. All of this that I have to make sure, everything here, all of these 35 pages of stuff, everything here should be easily implementable in my system. And the thing is, CMD, I mean, this is kind of, I am just making like a, kind of a command console thingy here. This is just kind of a command console thingy, just for the fun of it. I'm doing everything text-based first, before I actually, make a visual system. Kind of like how I did in my Planus Rolecall Scratch system. I had a console that ran all my commands, and then after that, I'll make a visual system. But because it's a turn-based system, and there is no movement system, I can design everything text-based in just a purely raw data mathematical format, and then I can extrapolate out from there. But in the moment, I don't need to worry about having visuals. Visuals are not necessary. Like, as I said, I have to make all 35 pages of this implementable in my system. But not just implementable, but specifically implementable with my file system. I'm weird. I am basically coding everything. I could have done a custom scripting language, but I decided the easiest way is just to make a JSON file format for all my data, and then I just read in this data and I reference it whenever necessary. Because JSON just already has pretty good support and just kind of works out of the box. So even like so all these 52 lines of JSON code here, that is attributable to, hold it, let me pull up the data real quick, is literally just this right here. This little box of text here, handy, yeah. This little box of text here is this whole thing, right? And it does make sense, right? Like the name of it, the cost of it, and then what each dice type is, what they roll for, what they do, and then like a text that explains what they do. All of this balloons very quickly, very quickly. Theoretically, there's something that could be said about making these hit data pieces instantly print out this text, but there is also something to be said about this is very machine code, and converting that to human code isn't always one-to-one, so it's just easier to just have it pre-translated manually. But even still, it's like, the point is that things balloon very quickly. all of this data has to be able to be designed like this and interpretable, because the ultimate goal is that this is a very open program where all I do is I can give you this entire game, and all you have to do is upload a file, and that file is the game file, right? And the game file just has all the data you would ever want to run your game, and it will automatically run that. It will just run all of this data. It will just read in what is happening here and then spit it out, and then, you know, you can play the game with any data. I can go in here and I can change this however I want, and then make the game play that game out. I can set the current health to whatever number I want, and that will be fine. And obviously there's a lot of input sanitization that I don't have yet. Like, there's no input sanitization at all. If I go here and I say, disp speed, if I go and I do scene, and I do disp speed, and you can see that it, for example, will visualize these 3 periods here, or how much light the unit has. But if I go and I go to search, if I go unit search A1, or specifically go unit search A1 attributes / current light, you'll see it is a float value of 3. If I go to edit unit A1 attributes / current light, and I set that to 10, what's gonna happen is unit search A1 attributes / current light, it's actually now a string. So if I do disp speed, it's gonna try and it's trying to read a string and try and iterate off of a string. And that breaks because I haven't input sanitized yet. I'm gonna deal with that later, but there's a lot of extra work I have to do, because my unlike Scratcher Hunter, where I can code everything in the native code language and make sure it works, I have to code everything to also work with a non-native text-based system and input sanitize it. Because if I make current light equal to the string 3, it won't know what to do. Or I can even make current light equal another dictionary, and it won't know what to do. Like, there's a lot of things I can do here, and it's actually useful. So a thing I was talking about earlier was how, for example, with type weaknesses, what if I want to have the base value, right? I can have a base value of 4, and then make a changed value a difference of a 3. I can do that using this dictionary inbuilt, like, that's the dictionary in here. I envy you that you still have a mind. I shouldn't have a mind. I should have my intelligence revoked, but they haven't, like, the bureaucracy of, like, the intelligence bureau is very slow. They haven't gotten around to removing my intelligence license and my game dev license. I shouldn't be able to game dev. I shouldn't be able to have a functional brain. I should be lobotomized, but they haven't gotten around to it yet. I don't know why they're so slow, but as long as they haven't lobotomized me yet, I'll keep developing nonsense. But yeah, like, I can do this, for instance, where pierce damage is now going to be the sum of 4 plus 3 equals 7. Woo! And I can actually represent my data as complex as I want. I could even make change equal a array of 3, 2, 1, 6, 7, you know. I can do whatever I want, and as long as this system can work off of that, cool. Why are you SCP-1? I just do things, so don't mind me. But yeah, this whole system is supposed to be as customizable as possible, and all you need to do is give it a data set. And even these inbuilt functions, the ultimate goal is that all of these inbuilt functions will be so modularized and so fundamental in their bit-by-bit data management that I will be able to make inbuilt functions, external functions that will work like these ones, that I can call on, right? And that was something I was talking about a bit earlier in the stream, which was this pseudocode, this nonsense pseudocode here, which is basically I can take a dictionary value from a JSON, and I can call some function off of it. And if the function doesn't exist in the built-in functions, I can look in the game file, the imported game file, and see if there is a custom-made function file in my data here, which I don't have any yet. But when I start making those, this system will be fully customizable, and that's the ultimate goal. So it's a lot of work. It's been a lot of work. A lot of design I had to do to make this function, but it's been going very well, honestly. It's been actually usable. Things actually have been starting to work. I can actually play the game now. It is technically a playable game, just very, very manual, very, very slow, but I can play the game. Kinda. At this point, like, paper and pencil is still faster at doing stuff than this game system, but we're fixing that. We're moving forward. But yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. A lot of stuff. Oh, yeah, another thing I'm gonna do here, if d1 data dot is empty, so if it's empty, what I'm gonna do is var temp so then I'll do d1 data is equal to d2 data, and then d2 data is equal to an empty thing. I'll flip them. So what I'm just doing here is making sure that if there's an empty, I can just run the unopposed off of specifically d1. That makes my life easier. So this is now when it gets to executing a specific dice. Trying to think. Okay, yeah, there is also clash views issues I have to run. Yeah, I won't be able to do clash use clauses yet, so I'm just gonna make this very generalized. Which is just gonna be making sure each type works. So, okay. What I need to do next, I'm trying to figure out what I need to do next. So at this point, I basically just have the two dice values, right? So what I'm doing right now is I have two dice values, and I can see if they can clash. If they can clash, then I just roll them both. So first of all, I do have to roll them both. If one is empty, then we just go into unopposed territory. So first of all, I'm gonna do the roll command up here. So var d1 roll is going to be equal to roll, and then the power will be data tree dot fetch data. Data will be d1 data. The path will be, and the specific data that I'm fetching would be this specific dice. So I just need to worry about this, and it just be dice and then base. Well, it seems time for dinner. Alright, enjoy dinner, and feel free to stop by some other time, because I do stream pretty frequently. Now, I've been actually kind of getting better at it, but yeah, enjoy dinner. I will probably be eating lunch soonish, so I probably won't be here for much longer. But yeah, goodbye! Okay, so what I'm gonna do actually, I was always thinking about how I'm gonna do execute dice. I think I'm just gonna do execute dice per type. So I'm gonna do first. I'm gonna do execute offense, and for counter dice. Let me think. Oh yeah, so what I should probably do too is function roll dice. No, this does also include unit data, right? So roll die for unit string, and then yeah, because there is an on roll check, right? So something I should consider, right, is like the tags that Star of the City has. Star of the City has a very small amount of tags, right? But there is a certain extent to which some of these tags are not enough, right? Like, when I roll dice, I need to also add attack power and stuff. That type of stuff is kind of like a check. So, okay, that is actually under check. So when I do, so I would do check, and all attack power would be when I get the check prompt, then I have to do something. So, yeah, I think I vaguely have an idea of how this will work out. Let's do the dictionary here, because at this point I don't have the data. Alright, that will work. And then we'll just do roll die for U1, E1. D1 data. Oh, and then I can do improve viewability, eliminators like that. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so D1, roll dice. My brain is kind of frozen right now. I'm gonna gap and then freeze on the aftermath. So ooh, I do need to think about dice value and stuff. So if type contains a counter, or if it's an evade and you recycle, I believe. Yeah. Let me check how this works again. On Clash Win. Some says with counter dice, special type of dice is going to be deployed. Only considered part of the skill during skill creation, and not for the effects during combat. Counter dice will vary in deploying ways and can only be deployed once per opposing skill. We can only be deployed once per opposing skill. When it's dashed, they are used again against the opposing die. They do not trigger when unopposed and are destroyed when the opposing skill ends. Because of the dice that they have recycled and not. The opposing dice, they dispute the enemy team unused. Okay. Let me remember something real quick. So we have slash offense, pierce offense, cut offense, block, evade, slash counter, pierce counter, block. Okay, so technically the block counter, evade counter, they all counters, but this counters for offensive dice, it has to say slash counter, it's not offense counter. It doesn't say slash offense counter. It's not technically an offense die, even though it's an offense die, but it's a type die. So I maybe should rename it the slash offense counter die or pierce offense counter die. Because yeah. That might be helpful. There's so many ways I can do this. I'm just not sure which way is the correct way. That's the problem, right? So, execute offense. The problem is I still need to know what the enemy is doing, right? Because you can't just reduce power if it's a block dice. Because in that case, you're missing out on some stuff. I could have like a tag-based system, so I don't need to know what the opponent dice is doing. Yeah. Oh, that's so interesting. Defense evades only regain stagger resist on Clash Win versus a what? That's so interesting. I didn't even realize this. Ooh. That's not how it works in Library of Ruina. Interesting. Let's see here. So offensive dice, dash no unopposed. Yeah. So they just deal damage and stagger by the dice's power, but defensive dice will still be reducing it, and we do have to take that into consideration. And then defensive dice evades, something else. So I think what needs to happen is this is a real freezer. This is a real brain freezing moment. So here's the issue, right? We go into this, and there's a couple things that need to be addressed here. So first things first, right? Okay, this is a bit annoying. So if I have this unit here, right? I'm just gonna use a unit here, this is a unit here. If I have an offense dice unopposed, that's okay. It just does damage, I don't have to worry. If it's an offense versus a defense dice, I will attack. So I will attack them here, and I will hit, right? The defense will do its own reduction here, and then it will return. After issuing the damage through here. So there's no dice here, right? There's no dice here. So since there is no dice, we simply go here, hit, and then hit check here. Kind of in that vein, I think. But then what's next? An offense goes up against another offense. And even if this is another offense, right? Same thing will occur where we hit the offense, it passes through, and we get an attack back. But what happens if an offense goes up against a defense skill? Attack, and then this needs to actually defend, and then we get a hit check. But if an offense goes against an evade, if it beats the evade, we're going from the option of if it beats the evade, right? That will get transmitted up. We'll say the evade was broken, and then here. That's fine. But what happens, right, if a defense beats an offense? In that case, we are doing damage again, but we are not passing a hit check, right? We're not passing a hit check. We still get our Clash Win effects though, which is important for everything else. If it's an evade that beats an attack, right? So I think the winner needs to go first, right? The winner needs to go first. Because I don't know if there's any other specifications, right? The winner needs to go first. Determines Clash Win effects. I think this is the better way to do it. So the winner goes first. Clash Win. Because on Clash Tie, nothing happens. So on Clash Win, we're just gonna say, we're just gonna transmit that. Like, I think this is actually just better, yeah. So, the winner will get to pick the way of the thing, right? And what's gonna happen is the dice on Clash Win, you're going to execute that dice first. When the dice is executed, it is going to think about its opponent, and it is going to say, okay, this is what I am going to do as dice. Here you go. And it will do a hit transmit to the dice, and it will say, hey, receiving dice. If there's no dice, it goes directly to the player. It'll say, hey, receiving dice, I have won the clash against you. What are you going to do? So when I win clash, it is going to run clash win effects. It will attack, and then it will say, okay, I won clash, what do you do? It then runs its clash lose effects. I think clash lose occurs first. Clash win slash lose. Yep, clash win and lose effects occur. So after clash win has been determined and clash lose has been determined, it will then say, okay, what do I do in response to this information from the opponent? Right, the opponent's dice is coming in, it's telling you what's going to happen. Any other effects at play as well. And that's the thing, right? There's so many effects that can be played. What if the attacking unit has an effect that says on hit deal +2 damage? Or like just deal +2 damage. I think like Eminence does +2 damage. I think it doesn't have it, so it has to be hit on deal 2 damage. So I think as the receiver, you check does the enemy have hit effects that it can deal. After the receiver must verify the validity of the attack being issued upon it. So when you execute the dice, it will say, I'm going to execute this dice on you, and then the damage will be dealt. And then upon the damage being dealt, something else. So also on Clash Win, right? So on Clash Win for evades or for counters, the dice will be recycled, right? So we'll automatically run that. We automatically push the dice value back in. Well, I think like whichever unit wins the clash, right? In this execute clash, if there's a clash win situation, then something will happen. Oh, I should also do like a var flipped. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Var flipped is equal to false. And then, if this is flipped, then flipped equals true. That's important. So I do need to flip the data around in that case. Let me think. So so if it's flipped, then we will. So because at the end of the day, we are going to return an int. And based on if that dice is of a certain property, and we need to recycle the dice. Actually, we just need to return if the dice has to be recycled. Right? What if both dice need to be recycled? I think the best way to do that is like, here we go. So in this case, so we will have different values. So we will have 0. We will have 1. We will have 2. and then we will have 3. And these are different values, and here's what we do here. So this one says recycle and then throw. Well, no, this one says both of them need to be thrown. This one says recycle and then throw. 2 says throw this one, recycle this one, and 3 says recycle, recycle. So it's basically just a matter of 0, 0. I guess in this case it's 1, 0, 0, 1. I don't know, I could probably fix this. Or this would be more like 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. Like that's like essentially what's supposed to be messing things up here. Like you get the point. It's a binary value. It's just a binary switch value in like a kind of like a debug setting. Like right, a base 2 debugger to a int value, just to control all those switch data. It's just like a list of booleans as an integer. You can just represent a string of booleans as an int, right? You know, as opposed to values. That's pretty good. Okay. Let's see if we can get one final push to get all of this done in like an hour, because like this has been kind of sluggish to like figure everything out. There's just so many like little bits of data and stuff I need to think about. So it's been very sluggish to figure this out. No, we'll put the Leiheng theme on, because I did put Leiheng in the thumbnail. I put him in the thumbnail because it's Clash gameplay. And he's the funny bully guy. He's the funny guy you can bully. Although I don't know if, is the Reflectio out now? The Reflectio might be out now. It was supposed to release at some point. So assuming it's out now. Bam. 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 and we have returned. Okay. Alright, so what we're going to do now, after vanishing for way too long, is... So, I think this operation is probably the best way to handle this, right? Okay, let's deal with a couple of these things. Okay, so the thing is that this system I'm using is probably going to work fine. Okay, so essentially we'll just take user here, we'll use this dice, and that's going to be opposed at another dice. And we'll already know by this point whether they won or lost clash. We'll have both values. Yeah, this interaction between both dice, it almost feels like it should just stay in the execute clash function, just because there's so much that could change. Because you would execute the clash winning clash lose dynamics, and then you do the on hits if any. And then you also do the deductions, like block reduces damage and all that. And then, what else is there? Roll die, D2, D2 data. If D2 data that is empty, if not empty, else it would just be 0. And in the case that's 0, then we just ignore D2. Almost like kind of like having an active dice might be useful, right? Having active dice is kind of useful. Yeah, actually this flip thing is kind of not nice. It actually can cause issues. Because now it's, yeah, I think this is not really the correct move. I think this is actually just not the right move. I'm gonna stuff down the corner and not worry about that. And instead just do, if each respective data value is empty, then this returns a 0. I think that's a bit more valid, a bit safer. And then what we'll do there. What else should we do? Let's see. So when we figure out when we get both of these rolls, if either is unopposed, then we just do whatever from there. And then if the name of the dice, if the dice data type contains, if it's a recyclable dice, and then we just give it the cache status. Yeah. I think the enum idea was still pretty useful just because it just gives me something to work with. I think I should just re-add it. If I need it, I have it. If I don't need it, then I don't have to worry about it. So we're just going to bring it back. So enum unopposed is going to equal 0. Cache win is going to equal 1. Cache lose, cache tie is going to equal 2. Cache lose will equal 3. I don't know if I will ever use cache tie for anything, but it does exist. Yeah, cache tie just doesn't exist anywhere. There's no cache tie system necessarily. Things just kind of kill themselves, and everything just kind of stops. So, let's see. So the recycled dice value is going to do, it's going to have two values. It's going to have each dice data. So the die is dictionary, and then the result is going to equal integer. And then all we are going to do is we are going to return an if so the type is equal to data tree dot fetch data die, and then we are looking for the type. I guess it's called type. Yeah, this is called type. If type, if type is not a string, then return 0. Contains counter, and we return 0. And then, if result is higher than 0, is higher than 1, then we return 0. So if all of these are true, then we return 1. That works pretty well, I think. So here we are just going to do recycle die E1 data times 2 plus the second dice. And then when it comes back to execute clash, and then all we're going to do is, we should probably keep the values so that we can re-add them. Okay, so what we're going to do is, if result mod 2 is 0, then we pop the front. And same thing if mod 1 equals 0, then U2 is going to get popped. So instead of popping, we're just going to do get 0. Or just do front. So yeah, we can just get the front elements, and then if they are not recyclable, then we pop them both. And then if there's a way for them to be recycled, then that's a different issue. I do not know if that issue is ever going to come up. Like, if you have an evade that does not recycle on Crashwin, but does recycle on Crash News, that would be kind of silly. And, the system could theoretically support that if I wanted to. But, that would be a lot. That would be pretty hard to make functional. That would be very, very, scary to make functional, actually. In fact, I should not even think about that. But, yeah, it's been working pretty well, so awesome. So when these two clash, these two are gonna roll. And our results will be based on those different values. So D1 result, D2 result. D1 result is going to equal D1 roll minus D2 roll. So if D1 roll is higher, then that would be 1. So D2 roll minus D1 roll. Is there a sine function? Yeah. So if we do the sine of this comparison, then if D2 is high, so if we do sine plus 2, if either roll is 0, then they are unopposed. Otherwise, it will be the sine of the difference plus 2. So D2 wins when D2 is higher than D1, resulting in a negative value, which plus 2 is going to be equal to negative. It's going to just equal 1. So that will actually check if they are recyclable. Now the annoying thing is that I am keeping data on both. It just kind of makes it feels like it's inefficient, but you know. I gotta play this game step by step. Bam, 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 bam. Well, actually, if you have a roll of 0, the other roll will always be higher, so you will use Clash. I think this is better if you just do this. So that if your roll is 0, you kind of automatically lose Clash. You're considered Clash lose. Yeah, you don't want to go with that. You should still be unopposed. But then we're just going to sort by whoever goes first. And if your dice does nothing, then so be it. So now we start doing the damage process, right? If a dice is offensive, right, then we are now going to look at what that dice does. Bam, 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 So, okay, a better generalization, right? Now that we have, now that we already have reroll, saving dice figured out, the only thing we need to worry about is if an offensive dice does damage, and then if a block dice reduces the damage. If the block dice wins, then we have this. If the evade dice wins, then we gain stagger. Now, if you're thinking about evades, is that they're technically unopposed. Like, the Clash winning condition is technically unopposed. Right? That's another issue we're not going to deal with yet. Like, evade dice, like, are weird because they circumvent Clash win conditions. You don't win Clash with evades, you just kind of don't. You just kind of evade. It's weird. There's no evade clause specifically, so... I mean, there is actually an evade win clause. Evade clause. This is like Clash win is different. So that's what's going to happen there. It's like, if your dice is an evade, then you did not actually Clash win, even though you got the Clash win value, but you did evade, so that one value is still important. You do need to take that into consideration. But, yeah. So whoever Clash won is going to be whoever goes first here in the execute Clash issue here. What is this? Unit is never used. Oh yeah, unit is never used. For now, at least. It will be used later. So now that we have the results, we now have to see who goes first. Okay, so variable U1 or U2. So that's going to be if it's unit 1 or unit 2, and that's going to be determined by this. So, priority, I'm just going to call it the priority switch. Priority switch is going to be equal to if D1 result is lower than D2 result. So if D1 is less than D2, that means D1 has priority. Unless D1 roll is equal to 0. If D1 result is equal to 0, then the priority switch is going to be on the other person, and then... So, I'll prioritize U1 as long as U1 isn't empty. But if both of them have a roll of 0, then it literally doesn't matter. They both have a roll of 0. Just return 0 if they both fail. That's how it's gonna work here. If they both don't exist, then we just leave. So if D1 is not equal to 0, then D2 must be equal. If D1 is equal to 0, then D2 must not be equal to 0, which means the priority switch will be false, which means it will be on the other person's side. And then VAR attack def unit is going to be equal to and then same thing with attack dice and defense dice. We don't care about which dice is doing what, but, you know. A lot of variables in this one. It's very variable heavy, but I think that's fine. Okay, so function. So we're gonna actually check something real quick. So function is offense, and it's gonna be so variable type is going to be equal to data tree that fetch data from the die, and it's going to be on the code type. So type is /offense, for instance. If type is not a string, then we're just going to return false. Otherwise, you're going to return if type contains block or a type that contains evade. Actually, we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna get the die type, which is gonna be kind of like this. If the die is empty, we return false. And then, for damage type, we're going to do the exact same thing as here. Otherwise, we will return we're gonna split by offense. And then split by counter. So in the case, so in either of these cases, the first element will just be the value of whatever is in there. If there was neither, so if it's an evade, or if it's a block, then you know it will do a thing. And we can do like a get res array of a specific type. You can do like type to enum too, that might be useful. There's a lot of ways I can treat this. I don't know if you can add enum values in post though, so it's like, if someone wanted to make like more dice types, then you can't really do that. It'd be kind of funny. Excision dice type. Unclash lose, still attacks. Unbreakable dice would be kind of funny. I don't know if anyone's done Unbreakables in Start the City. I theoretically though, it would be kind of funny. Attacks with just the base power. That could be actually pretty absurd though, because base power can get really high. If it just attacks with one power, it could be kind of silly. Like, pop, one power. That is one of the funny things about Unbreakables though. It's like, since you still attack by base power, it's like, man, it can still go very, very wrong if the enemy has like really high base power. Negatives. Negatives without like a required uses base power based on failing. Like, could get very bad. Well, this seems to be pretty good. So now what we're going to do is, for the clash data here, execute clash, we're now going to see if it's an offense, then we're going to start doing the offense data, right? So if but only on clash win. If there was a clash win or unopposed, right? So if they both tie, then we just leave. Yeah, if we just tie, then we don't care. Then if they both tie, then no one rerolls or anything. It just ends. We're just done. Aw, you can't do that? So if there was a tie, then we're just done. We just leave. We leave. I guess that this means that the rolls were the same. So if the rolls were the exact same, then we just leave. So by this point, no one can tie. At this point, like, this is kind of worthless. Like, this isn't just. But I'm making it so if I can do the change very quickly if I need to. So this means that attack is either unopposed or is won the clash. So then we're going to see, okay, so if attack dice dot, okay, so if the attack dice is offensive, then we're going to check. If defense dice damage type is equal to block, wait, does the console? What is the console? Oh, console isn't the global. We can't actually refer to console stuff directly like that. Okay. So if we attack on a block, then cool, and then otherwise, if the attack type is not an offense dice, so otherwise, if it's a block type, then we deal stagger damage, and then otherwise, it would be an evade. So evade. Well, if we evade, then evade versus defense case. So this is gonna be evade beats block. Or is it versus any other defense dice? Yeah, it's any defensive dice. And then here, damage types. This is gonna be defense win, and then this is gonna be offense win. Remember beats instead of beats. So if the offense beats a block, then this will happen. Then we have to have a reduction there. Oh, I don't have the roll values in here. There's definitely a better way to code this. I don't actually like the way I coded this. I think a better way is to have everything be done in pairs, and then whichever index you refer to is actually going to be... I might change it to that. I might change it to a set of 2 indice arrays, and you just refer to the one based on a priority switch, either index 0, index 1, right? So we didn't actually really get done with what we wanted to get done. It was kind of hard. Like, this was a lot of thought process to make all the dice array stuff work. I think I'm going to change a lot of it. It's kind of the issue. So today was not too much in terms of completing attacks and clashes, but yeah. So I think kind of the issue right now is kind of just figuring out what I want to do with this. Okay, let's see. Before we end... Yeah, okay, so today, I think everything today was... of course, talking about type protections and stuff. That was an important thing to consider. We're starting to work on slash type stuff there with protection and fragile. And we're going to get to that soon. I think we can probably get that done today at least. But most of today's stuff was, of course, the function call things. Today wasn't actually too eventful in terms of stuff. It was a lot of difficulty in terms of making out all this stuff work. Like, there was a lot of small little bits and pieces that I had to put together here. We had yesterday not as much done, but overall, like, we're in the right direction. The issue was, of course, figuring out all of the many problems we had with this development. So I think the last thing I can do is type reductions. Get resistance, and then the type, I'll just do type as a string for a unit, string, and actually, yeah, I should probably have a validate unit thing here, like a validate unit thing. like get unit, and if it doesn't exist, then we just break out. So if there's nothing, then this should be returning an int, so we're just gonna return 0. If the unit doesn't exist. Otherwise, if the unit does exist, then we are going to get the unit data is going to be equal to game manager dot unitness dot and then we're going to get the unit dot data set. Now what's going to happen is we are going to go here, and we are going to go here, and we're going to get type data. So type path is going to be equal to attributes slash. Well, I guess the type data should be stagger or blunt. Oh, get resistance could probably be an array events. So it's always gonna be a 2-length array here, and then we're gonna get type path. So damage path is going to be attributes slash dust type dust damage, and then it's going to be the same thing, but instead it is going to be a type like pierce stagger, for instance. So pierce, it's by pierce health and pierce stagger, just like this. So pierce damage, pierce stagger, and such. Well, I'll just put on some whatever random else for the rest of this. Okay, so what's going to happen now is we're going to get the damage. Damage res is going to be equal to data tree dot fetch data, unit data, and then we're going to get damage path. Now this isn't always going to be an integer value, right? This can be something else. So what we're also going to make is we're going to make function we're going to make a function which is called collapse. It's going to be called simple collapse. What simple collapse is going to do is it's going to be data is going to be here, and we are going to return some int. So when we get the data, right, we are going to go here, and if data is int, we just return the data. If data is string, if data is int, or data is float. If the data is a string, then we just return 0. If the data is an array, then alright, and then if data is an array, then for value in data, sum is just going to be plus equal v. So if it's an array, or if data is a dictionary, we're just going to iterate down the list, and for each value we're just going to go data v, and we're going to get that value. Just like that. And after all of that, we are just going to return the sum. So that is simple collapse. And we're just going to return that. That's everything. That's the get resistance value. Oh, some of these not connected. I thought there was like stuff that was connected up to signals here. Were there not some signal connections over here? I thought there were. Maybe it's changed. Let's see. Refresh control console. I guess it just doesn't show here automatically. Oh, we can actually just do an event bus connect for command issuance. Oh, we can actually change that. See, Friday we're gonna have a lot of stuff to do. Because there's gonna be a lot of things we're gonna end up working with. Definite is a string, and we are going to be damaging them with values of okay, so yeah, this isn't gonna really work too well. I don't really like that. That doesn't look too good. This was not a really good idea. That's the problem with this attack-based stuff, is there's a lot of things going on with the crash system. Type weakness. Hit resistance for the defense unit. And type is going to be damage type of the attack dice. Otherwise here, it's just going to be raw stagger damage. And then here, nothing's going to happen. Okay, so this should maybe work. I just want to get this working so I actually have something to show. Because this was not too great. Attack unit isn't doing anything as of yet, so... we'll deal with that later. I don't know if these actually, if you put a thing here, does it kill something? It does, okay. That actually is problematic, but that's okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do then is we're gonna do execute clash. Execute clash should be able to work between create dice array and then execute skill. So let's make a real quick execute skill command. I'm gonna put this on you while I finish this up, because we're kind of going overtime, and I just really want to get this done while we're overtiming this. Okay, there's a lot of things I have to think about, and then I also have to escape for a small period of time, so I'm just gonna get this done real quick. Execute skill commands, what do we need? If OGS, we're just gonna do unit 1, unit 2, so we need unit A, unit B, and each of their skill names. If there's less than 5 OGS, then it fails. Otherwise, we're just going to do functions dot execute skills, and it's just going to be OGS, OGS 1, OGS 2, OGS 3, and OGS 4. Also, we can do this base skill command. Alright, execute skills. EXSK, and the first OG is going to be Aqua, and then Unit 1, Unit 2, skill name 1, and then skill name 2. Let's see. And then disp unit A2, E1. And then now we can do disp skill. Do it again, knife 1. And then let's see if we can do X skill. A1, E1. Do it again, knife 1. Do it again, knife 1. Wrong type OGS! What? What? I mean wrong type OGS. Who's wrong type odds in me? What do you mean wrong type odds? That isn't the C over here, not even the C. Who's wrong type odds in me? How dare you wrong type odds in me? Don't you dare do that to me. Isn't one supposed to be missing odds? Or am I having issues here? What? Wait, how did that even print? I mean wrong type odds. It's like killing me for some reason. What? Oh, I didn't do the right thing. I was supposed to do... Okay, let's see now. Bounds index 1, save indices. Isn't that supposed to work though? Well, I guess if it doesn't work, right? You have to make sure that if the size is less than 0, right? Oh, man. You can just make this real quick. Execute skill, A1, E1, hooligan, knife 1, hooligan, knife 1. Okay, they both print, but nothing seems to really happen there. I don't know if there's something wrong with... Okay, so it should be now going to here. Okay, that's not even printing. Interesting, interesting. Okay, there are no dice being created. That's a problem. Okay, it does see all the dice. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Zero v zero. They're not rolling. E1 data, get dice data. Okay, so they're not getting dice data. Why is that? Okay, that seems to be working. I mean, yeah, that does seem to work. Why is that not working? I mean, be under dice, and then be under index 1. Or index 2, or index 0. And then the actions folder. That should work. Or is it not fetching, is it failing to fetch the data? And fetch data should be also working with enter JSON. We enter JSON and we look for the level of JSON. Yes, it should be fine. Okay, does seem to be getting dice data. Is that a fetch fail? Oh, but it's not a dictionary, it's an array. Because we didn't get, because we didn't do dice data. If dice data 0, this should work. Okay, now they are rolling up against each other. There's now rolls occurring. Okay, they are dealing damage. And then damage console should be occurring with the parameters. Oh, there might be an empty param right there. But it has to have the arguments of an array. There we go. Alright, there we go. I actually got something done in time. Okay, cool. So now I can do... Now I can do, just unit A1. So that is a thing that actually happens now. Okay, so, yeah, I'm way over time. I am going to end now. That was a very quick debug, but, yeah, the issue was I just didn't know how I would approach this problem. But... we got that done, just about 20 minutes late. Yeah. So there's still a lot of work to be done here, but the process is working here. This was just a really hard thing, because also I got sidetracked with the other, how we're gonna make callables in the future, which I do have a solution for now, which is gonna be very useful next week. But tomorrow we're gonna do housekeeping stuff and finishing up this code, which now that we have all the groundwork laid out, this should take about 30 minutes to finish up, I think. But yeah, very, very, very rushed end there, but everything seems to be pretty good there. That's about it. So thank you for watching, and goodbye.